Chapter 1773. This scene was too shocking. One had to know that in this space, flying was already restricted. Others couldn't fly, but these people could actually fly in the air. This was simply too shocking. Lin Xian was also shocked. He did not expect the other party to have such a technique. However, in the next moment, he sneered. The people in the sky did not dare to get close at all. They directly attacked downwards from high up in the sky. Streaks of terrifying energy blasted downwards, intending to smash Lin Xian into pieces. Lin Xian, on the other hand, waved his hand and 6 terrifying sword auras surged behind him, forming a terrifying sharpness. It directly cut through all the attacks. Not only that, the sword chi almost hurt the few flying warriors in the sky. However, those warriors had wings like monsters behind their backs. At this moment, their movements were abnormally agile, and they quickly dodged the soaring sword chi. Ha! It's useless. In a situation where no one can fly, we have wings. We are invincible. In the sky, those kings dodged the attacks and sneered. Invincible? What idiots! Lin Xian's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Do you really think you can be so awesome just because you have wings? He snorted coldly, then his body swayed and he continuously stepped in the air. In the next moment, Lin Xian directly appeared in the sky. Boom! He stomped his foot and directly kicked a dancer. What? So fast? Seeing this scene, everyone's scalps went numb. As for those martial artists in the sky, they turned pale with fright. They did not expect the other party to appear in front of them in an instant. What kind of technique was that? They had never heard of it before? Hurry up and fly higher. We must not let this kid attack us. These people hurriedly flapped their wings and flew higher. Lin Xian, on the other hand, felt the power of laws rapidly surge towards him, forcing him to descend. Therefore, he did not continue to move forward. Instead, his body swayed and he returned to the ground. Seeing this scene, the kings in the sky heaved a sigh of relief, but Sun Yang and the others looked gloomy. The other party's speed was too shocking. This was not good news for them. Therefore, they decided to get rid of the other party as soon as possible to avoid any more complications. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Did he think that flying high was enough? Watch me destroy you. With that, he stretched out his palm and closed his fingers. Void Heaven Hand. Lin Xian coldly shouted, and the light on his body became even more resplendent. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked, thinking that the other party was going to use some kind of ultimate technique. But after waiting for a long time, he still didn't see Lin Xian use any attack. Ha! I'm dying of laughter. Do you think you can scare us with your fierce words? You're really an idiot. We are not to be trifled with. In the sky, those kings with wings sneered. As far as they were concerned, the other party was just bluffing. Wengpeng. However, in the next instant, a large purple palm appeared out of thin air above them and rapidly slapped down. Immediately, the martial artists who could fly in the sky were slapped away by the large purple hand and landed on the ground. Not only did they land, but they were also smashed into pieces, and their blood dyed the ground red. Under such shocking power, these people had no ability to resist at all. What? How can this be? Seeing this scene, Sun Yang's face darkened. Originally, he thought that gaining the upper hand in the sky and suppressing Lin Xian would be a very effective method. Even if he couldn't kill the other party, he would be able to deal a serious blow to the other party. However, he didn't expect that the other party would be able to break through his high-altitude suppression in just a moment. Even the martial artists he sent out were all killed. This was too unbelievable. How did he do it? The appearance of that purple palm was too strange. Lu Mingyue and the others also frowned. Under normal circumstances, the martial artists in the sky would definitely be able to dodge the attack with their agility. However, this palm came so suddenly that those kings didn't even have time to react before they were smashed into pieces. If this attack appeared on them, would they be able to dodge it? These people felt a chill in their hearts. They had no confidence at all. However, the older generation figures and elders all frowned. Void Heaven Hand, that's the Gu clan's ultimate technique. Is this kid a disciple of the Gu family? Hearing this, the surrounding martial artists exclaimed, "What? The Gu family's divine ability? Is he from that clan of the ancients?" Thinking of this, they gasped and looked at Lin Xian with numbness in their scalps. If the other party was really a disciple of the Gu family, they would be in big trouble. The Gu family was a clan of the ancients, a family that had produced a great emperor. It was extremely terrifying. That's right, this is the virtual sky hand, just like the rumors say. Kid, who are you? How can you know the Gu family's divine ability? Cold shouts came one after another. They were too shocked. They had to figure out the other party's identity. Otherwise, they might not be able to fight this battle. In fact, no one knew that this was indeed the Gu family's divine ability. However, it was Lin Xian's divine ability. This was the virtual sky hand that Lin Xian had evolved using the great dragon sword soul. At this moment, Lin Xian was very satisfied with the power of the virtual sky hand. Lin Xian did not answer the doubts of those people. He said coldly, "If you want to fight, then hurry up. If you don't want to fight, then get lost. Don't waste my time cultivating. You're courting death. Kid, you're too arrogant." The elders and experts shouted coldly. They had never been reprimanded like this before. Therefore, in the next moment, Lu Mingyue and the others also waved their hands. Suddenly, more than 20 figures rushed out quickly. They charged towards Lin Xian. Not only that, but an incomparable light flashed in the sky, forming a huge energy shield to prevent the purple palm from appearing out of thin air. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his hand. Countless sword chi appeared behind him and turned into a huge sword screen, blocking in front of him. The attacks in the sky collided with the sword screen, causing it to shake violently. However, in the next moment, these attacks were all reflected back. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the energy exploded and swept in all directions. Many warriors were affected. However, at this moment, a clear voice was heard. Everyone attacked together. "Kill this kid." This was Lu Mingyue's shout. Sure enough, with Lu Mingyue's words, the surrounding warriors attacked more and more. As for Yan Qing, Sun Yang, and the others, they led their own teams and charged over quickly. In fact, some of the people of the older generation had also made their moves. Chapter 1774. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian naturally wouldn't just passively defend. Therefore, in the next moment, his figure flashed into the crowd like lightning and started killing in all directions. The dark red dragon and Snow White monkey also came out to help Lin Xian. The three of them were like dragons entering the sea, extremely powerful. Lin Xian opened the dragon sword spiritual domain and quickly rushed forward. Countless sword chi swept out and instantly pierced through 5 kings. Not only that, but more than 10 people were also injured. Everyone was shocked because they realized that Lin Xian was too powerful. So many people attacking together, but they couldn't suppress him. Instead, they were suppressed by him. One had to admit that this was too shocking. Boom, boom, boom. Countless lightning seas surged and quickly engulfed Lin Xian. On the other side, the sky was filled with saber lights, forming a curtain of saber lights that ruthlessly slashed down. Lin Xian's figure was like lightning. The heavenly dragon's 8 steps gave him speed. He was like lightning as he rapidly shuttled through the air and dodged most of the attacks. If he couldn't dodge, he would use the Azure Dragon Divine Shield to block. Boom. However, at this moment, an Elder King seized the opportunity and quickly sent out a palm strike. The golden palm light soared into the sky and carried with it a power that could topple mountains and overturn seas. It ruthlessly slapped towards Lin Xian's back. This palm strike was too powerful, causing Lin Xian to frown. He held the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand and swung it backwards. A huge spatial crack appeared behind him and swallowed that terrifying palm strike. In the next moment, he suddenly turned around and the 6 sword chi behind him flew out and instantly pierced through the Elder King. Blood dyed the Elder King red as his body was pierced through by the sword chi and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone's scalps went numb. Even an Elder King couldn't block Lin Xian's sword. It was too terrifying. Lin Xian coldly snorted. The 6 sword lights behind him quickly transformed into 6 illusory figures that accompanied him. 6 God Sword Art. At this moment, the 6 God Sword Art was being executed by Lin Xian to the extreme. The 6-path sword body doppelgangers moved quickly and attacked continuously. With each strike, a king would fall. In a short period of time, the number of kings around Lin Xian rapidly decreased, and the blood all flowed into the ground. The horrifying white bones turned even more demonic at this moment, emitting a torrential killing aura. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon waved its dragon claws and held 2 killing arrays in its hands. It was like an invincible god of slaughter. Originally, there were hundreds of people surrounding them, but soon, there were only about 100 people left. In an instant, more than half of them were gone. Damn it, he's too strong. Those who were still alive felt their scalps go numb. They wanted to escape. However, at this moment, Yan Qing roared angrily. He has killed so many people. He must have used up all his spiritual energy. Let's join forces and kill him quickly. Hearing this, everyone was tempted again. Indeed, Lin Xian's battle prowess was too strong, but it seemed that he had consumed even more. Therefore, they decided to give it a try. Otherwise, they would not be able to account for the deaths of so many people. You still want to fight? Seeing this scene, Lin Xian sneered. Then let's see who runs out of energy first. Lin Xian attacked again. He was not worried about running out of energy. Not to mention the large amount of energy in his hands, just the immortality chant alone made the energy in his body several times that of a king of the same level. He was almost on par with an almighty. Last but not least, he could absorb the energy around him to replenish himself. This was something that other kings and even almighties could not do. Therefore, Lin Xian's battle prowess was the same as in the outside world. It would not decrease at all. Sure enough, when more than 50 people were killed again, the remaining dozens of kings finally realized this problem. Damn it, how is this possible? His power hasn't decreased at all? Instead, he has become even stronger. Demon! He's a demon! Everyone run! At this moment, those people finally could not take it anymore and quickly fled. As for the older generation figures in the distance, their bodies swayed, but they did not attack again. That was because the other party was too dangerous. He could kill the older generation experts with a raise of his hand. Such a person was indeed terrifying. Now that they were not confident of winning, they naturally would not attack. However, not everyone retreated. There were still some kings in the field, led by Lu Mingyue, Yan Qing, Sun Yang, and the others. They would not let Lin Xian go. Lin Xian was simply too powerful. He was like a demon king, slaughtering everyone until they were utterly defeated. Therefore, for a moment, other than those who were still watching the battle, there were not many people left in the field. Of course, those who were able to stay until now were definitely experts. Buzz. A huge vine turned into a green whip and lashed at Lin Xian. It was too terrifying. It was like a long green river that shone brightly. Black Dragon Fist of Destruction. Lin Xian shouted coldly and punched out. Then, the green vine was directly pierced through. It's you. Lin Xian turned around and stared at Yan Qing. That's right, it was indeed Yan Qing who attacked. He finally could not help but attack. Brat, how dare you destroy my Thorn Flower Alliance? You deserve to die. Now go to hell. Yan Qing shouted angrily. Behind him, countless rays of light shone, forming a huge thorned flower. The thorned flower emitted a terrifying aura, like a peerless monster that suppressed the sky. Not only that, countless green shadows flickered around the thorned flower, like a forest in the sky. It's Yan Qing. He attacked. Seeing this, the surrounding kings exclaimed. They looked at the green scene in front of them and were shocked. Yan Qing is a plant-type king. He's extremely strange. I wonder if he can defeat that brat? Discussions rang out one after another as Lin Xian, who was at the front, quickly made his move. Seeing Lin Xian rushing over, Yan Qing snorted coldly and the thorned flower behind him shone brightly. At the same time, countless huge flowers formed in the sky. They were extremely beautiful, like shooting stars. The waving petals carried a sharp killing intent that could easily pierce through the void. Buzz! The petals danced in the sky, forming a terrifying killing intent that swept towards Lin Xian. Boom! Lin Xian roared. His body shone brightly as he held the killing sword in his hand and rushed over. With a swing of his sword, he shattered the petals that were filled with killing intent. Not only that, but he was also extremely sharp. Every swing of his sword pierced through a thorned flower. Flower of life. Yanqing shouted coldly and waved his hand. Suddenly, countless vines surged under the thorned flower, forming a green energy that surrounded Lin Xian. The poisonous thorns were extremely sharp, like the spears of a demon god. It was extremely terrifying. Brat, it's useless no matter how strong you are. Turn into fertilizer under my thorned flower. Chapter 1775. It's just a broken flower. I'll destroy it now. Lin Xian snorted. His body shone brightly, and the demonic sword in his hand shone brightly. Buzz! He slashed out with his sword. It was as if the Milky Way had descended, cutting through the 9 heavens. Boom! The green light in front of him was slashed apart, and countless vines flew in all directions. However, the corners of Yanqing's mouth curled into a strange smile when he saw this scene. In the next moment, the flying vines that carried poisonous thorns turned into a sky full of hidden weapons that pierced towards Lin Xian. Some of them even crashed into him. Clang, 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 clang. An earth-shattering sound was heard. Countless rays of light burst out and covered the sky. Seeing this, Yanqing sneered. You're overestimating yourself. Do you really think that's all I have? Just you wait. As long as you're pierced by a poisonous thorn, your blood will become my nourishment. When the time comes, I'll use your corpse to bloom into the most beautiful thorned flower. Yanqing looked extremely ferocious. The surrounding people were also shocked. The people of the Thorned Flower Alliance even laughed. Ha! So what if that kid is strong? He's no match for Yanqing. Of course. No one can block the poisonous thorns of the thorned flower. Those are the legendary poisonous thorns. No one below the Almighty can fight against it. Cold laughter rang out one after another. Clearly, they believed that Lin Xian was beyond saving this time. That was because they had seen Yanqing use this method to kill several powerful seniors more than once. Thinking about it, that kid would not be able to escape. However, in the next moment, everyone's laughter stopped. They even widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. Even Yanqing was shocked. He couldn't believe it. That was because the light in front of him had disappeared, and Lin Xian's figure appeared. However, there were no injuries on his body. The thorned flower's poisonous thorns that filled the sky were all broken. What? How is that possible? He's unharmed? Everyone was shocked. Damn it, that's impossible. I don't believe it. How did he block it? Yanqing roared crazily. His thorned flower venomous stinger was even more powerful than an ordinary treasure aura. It could even be compared to an earth-tier treasure. However, he was completely unharmed. This was simply too inconceivable. Lin Xian snorted disdainfully. Just a small trick. Do you really think you can hurt me? What an idiot. Lin Xian sneered and thrust out his sword. Then, Yanqing's body trembled as a bloody hole appeared on his shoulder. If it had been slightly off, it would have pierced his heart. What? So powerful. Everyone who saw this scene felt their scalps go numb. This was because they did not see how Yanqing was injured. They only saw Lin Xian stab out with his sword and Yanqing was injured. What kind of sword technique was this? Wasn't it too terrifying? At this moment, the surrounding experts, Lu Mingyue, and the older generation figures all had gloomy expressions on their faces. Damn it, how is this possible? Yanqing also clutched his wound. His face was pale. This sword had caused him to be severely injured. Moreover, the injury was not only on his shoulder. There was an inextinguishable sword intent near his wound that had directly damaged his body. Outsiders could not see it, but he could clearly feel it. That sword technique is too sharp. I'm afraid the sword intent contained in it cannot be erased in a short period of time. An expert analyzed. After hearing this, the surrounding kings felt their scalps go numb. Could it be that Yan Qing was seriously injured right from the start? This was too terrifying. "Damn brat, how dare you injure me?" Yan Qing roared crazily. The thorn flower behind him shone brightly, forming a powerful vitality that poured into his body and provided him with strength. Soon, the injury on his body stopped, but his face was extremely pale. "Go to hell!" Yan Qing roared angrily. His body shone brightly, and countless thorned flowers bloomed in the entire space. He stepped on the petals and quickly charged toward Lin Xian. Behind him, the huge thorned flower was like an ancient demonic beast. It was abnormally terrifying and emitted a monstrous aura. Lin Xian, on the other hand, waved his long sword and continuously slashed out sharp sword qi. Clang, clang. The two of them exchanged blows, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Who will win? The surrounding cultivators whispered to each other. "There's no need to think. It will definitely be Yan Qing." Someone said coldly, "Yan Qing's thorned flower domain is not only powerful in terms of attack, but it can also absorb the surrounding spiritual energy." What? Yan Qing's thorned flower domain can absorb the spiritual energy here? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They knew the rules of this space. It was very difficult for them to absorb the spiritual energy here, but they did not expect Yan Qing's thorned flower domain to be able to do so. At this time, an older expert also said, "It's not as exaggerated as you think. It's impossible to absorb 100% of it. However, it can convert a small part of it. No matter what, it has an advantage over other kings. So, that brat is definitely dead." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. No wonder Yan Qing dared to attack. It turned out that he was so terrifying. They had always thought that Lu Mingyue was the strongest, but they did not expect Yan Qing to be so terrifying. At this time, Yan Qing also sneered, "Brat, so what if your combat power is strong? You can't last long. I'm going to exhaust you to death." At the same time, Yan Qing waved his hand, and petals filled the sky, forming a huge flower bush that completely enveloped Lin Xian. A terrifying light burst out, wanting to completely refine Lin Xian. "You want to fight a war of attrition with me?" Lin Xian was stunned, then the corner of his mouth raised into a disdainful smile. The last thing he was afraid of was a war of attrition. The amount of spiritual energy he had was much more than these people. Moreover, the art of longevity could absorb the spiritual energy here. How dare Yan Qing fight a war of attrition with him? He really didn't know what was good for him. However, he was not in the mood to drag it out with Yan Qing. In the next moment, he waved his long sword, and 6 sword qi flew out from behind him. The scarlet fire sword qi bloomed, and the flames in the sky formed a sea of fire. Lin Xian raised it and slashed forward. Boom! Under this attack, the petals in the sky were burned and turned into ashes. However, Yan Qing was not angry. He knew that his opponent's combat power was strong, and he could not compete at all. So, he just kept using his ultimate move to exhaust his opponent's spiritual energy. In the next moment, he waved his hand again, and a huge green giant was born from the thorny flower. It roared at the sky. Boom! The green fist blasted out, and countless tree branches rushed out quickly. In an instant, the entire sky turned into a forest. The sea of trees in the sky pressed down on Lin Xian mercilessly. At this moment, a golden sword light sliced the entire forest into 2 halves. "It's useless. All your moves are useless against me." Chapter 1776. The sword diagram formed by the 6 sword lights struck Yan Qing's body, sending him flying backward. This time, Yan Qing's injuries were even more severe. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed drastically. As for those experts, their brows were tightly furrowed, because they realized that this was different from what they had guessed. After such a long battle, Lin Xian's combat strength should have weakened, but he didn't seem to have consumed any spiritual power at all. Instead, his combat strength was getting stronger. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Yan Qing's hair was disheveled, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His entire body was filled with shock. "Impossible, why hasn't your combat strength weakened? He was really stunned because he was fighting a war of attrition. Under normal circumstances, the other party's combat strength would be almost exhausted after fighting for so long. This was because there was no external energy replenishment. But now, the other party was still full of energy, and the more he fought, the fiercer he became. It even far exceeded his expectations. Damn it, how much spiritual power does he have? Yan Qing's expression was ugly. One had to know that using a powerful ultimate move consumed a lot of spiritual power. However, the other party seemed to have no limit, and he quickly used one ultimate move after another. He was beaten until he couldn't fight back at all. So at this moment, a sense of fear rose in his heart. Lin Xian pointed his sword in all directions and said coldly, "He's no match for me, all of you attack together. Don't waste my time." What? Attack together? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Arrogant? He was too arrogant. He actually wanted to fight against all the King Realm experts by himself? Wasn't this an act of suicide? Sure enough, hearing Lin Xian's words, the King Realm experts' faces darkened. One had to know that they were all genius experts. Usually, no one dared to provoke them, and they were even superior. But now, someone dared to look down on them. However, they were really unwilling to swarm up because even if they killed the other party, they would lose face. This was because this wasn't a secret battle, and there were warriors from various top forces watching the battle. Lu Mingyue also frowned and said to Sun Yang beside her, "You go and help Yan Qing." But Sun Yang nodded and prepared to attack, because his organization had also been destroyed by the other party. Therefore, he would not hesitate to kill Lin Xian as soon as he had the chance. In the next moment, his figure flashed, and he arrived beside Yan Qing, fighting side by side with him. He even gave him a few healing pills. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. "Just you? It wasn't enough. Give me a few more. You're courting death. You're too arrogant." Sun Yang was furious. The other party actually dared to look down on him. This was simply intolerable. "Brat, you're too arrogant. I'll let you know how powerful I am." Sun Yang's expression was cold. In the next moment, a pair of green wings also appeared on his back. They were as thin as a cicada's wings and were almost transparent. Soon, the transparent wings flapped gently, and Sun Yang rushed over like a bolt of lightning. Not only that, but when he approached Lin Xian, his body began to sway and glow. In an instant, countless clones appeared and surrounded Lin Xian. Every single one of them seemed real. Their auras were so powerful that it was impossible to tell if they were real or fake. 1,000 Phantom Kill. This was one of Sun Yang's ultimate techniques, and it was incomparably terrifying. At this moment, in order to kill Lin Xian, he had actually used it at the first opportunity. The sky was filled with flickering phantoms. Each of them could form an attack, but only one of them was real. The Real Sun Yang would hide among the phantoms and unleash a sure kill attack. Normal King Realm cultivators couldn't tell the difference between real and fake, and they couldn't break through the countless phantoms. "Brat, obediently fall into despair under my 1,000 phantom kills." A cold voice came from the void. On the other side, Yan Qing also moved. He once again activated the thorned flower and attacked together with the phantoms in the sky. In an instant, a terrifying light flashed, and a fierce attack quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. Boom boom boom. Lin Xian waved his long sword, and black sword chi continuously shot out, bombarding the phantoms. However, there was too much energy in the surroundings. He knew that if he couldn't find Sun Yang's real body, he wouldn't be able to break through the 1,000 Phantom Kill. In fact, it was very simple to break through Sun Yang's 1,000 Phantom Kill. He only needed to use the heavenly secret God Eyes. However, before that he needed to conceal himself. Therefore, in the next moment, the dragon sword field exploded. A bright light illuminated the entire space, and no one dared to look directly at it. At this moment, mysterious Tao patterns appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Together with a terrifying golden light, they swept in all directions. Soon he found Sun Yang's real body. He became one with the sword, and like a true dragon, he quickly stabbed towards Sun Yang's real body. When the light that filled the sky disappeared, countless amounts of blood spurted out. Half of Sun Yang's body was cut open, and he was sent flying. He had received extremely serious injuries. What? Seeing this scene, everyone felt their scalps go numb. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to break through Sun Yang's ultimate move in an instant. This was too inconceivable, because they didn't find any flaws at all. Damn it, how did this brat do it? Everyone's expression turned solemn. On the other side, Yan Qing also activated the thorned flower to delay Sun Yang. He continuously channeled energy to Sun Yang, quickly healing his injuries. Lin Xian snorted. He held the demonic sword and attacked again. He wouldn't give Sun Yang a chance to recover. But at this time, a sharp light suddenly came from the left side of his body. It was like a divine demon light. It easily pierced through the void and stabbed towards him. Lin Xian felt goosebumps all over his body when he sensed the light. This attack was too sharp, and he couldn't take it head-on. Therefore, he decisively gave up the chase and kept dodging. Buzz! The light of the god fiend flew close to Lin Xian's body, shattering the void. It turned the entire space into chaos. Chaotic light. When Lin Xian saw this, he suddenly turned around and stared at Lu Mingyue. That's right, the one who attacked was Lu Mingyue. That beam of chaotic light was so sharp that it posed a threat to Lin Xian. He had to admit that Lu Mingyue's strength was too strong. It was unbelievable. With Lu Mingyue's attack, Sun Yang and Yan Qing had a chance to escape. The two of them quickly retreated to a safe place to heal their injuries. Lu Mingyue was wearing a blue dress. She looked like a fairy. In her hand, the chaotic qi rolled quickly and formed the wonton sword. The sword was 3 feet long and emitted chaotic light. A terrifying killing intent pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At this moment, even the surrounding martial artists were trembling. As for the experts, they frowned and looked solemn. In the crowd, Yi Wudao's eyes were like torches as he stared at the wonton sword. On the other side, Gu Santong, who was wearing a black robe and looked ordinary, nodded slightly. Obviously, he also recognized Lu Mingyue's strength. Chapter 1777. The sword light swung, and a terrifying chaotic light flashed, illuminating the entire sky. A bone-chilling coldness spread throughout the world. Lin Xian's body tensed up as he felt a powerful threat. His opponent's sword of primal chaos was extremely terrifying. He roared and waved the demonic sword in his hand, forming a black beam of light that quickly swept forward. It's useless. You can't block my sword of primal chaos. Lu Mingyue's voice was calm and confident. The surrounding people also nodded quickly because they had a certain understanding of the sword of primal chaos. It was the All Beginnings Holy Land's ultimate technique and was extremely terrifying. No one below the almighty level could contend against it. In their opinion, no matter how strong Lin Xian was, he couldn't contend against the sword of primal chaos. At this moment, even Yi Wudao and Gu Santong's nerves were extremely solemn. Clang. In the next moment, the two swords collided, creating a sky-shaking sound. This sound was like metal clashing, tearing through the void and causing the surrounding mountains to explode. Many kings quickly closed their ears and retreated. Some of them who were too slow directly bled from their ears and fell to the ground. This scene was too terrifying. Just a single attack from the two of them had created such a terrifying scene. How was this a battle between two youths? Those who didn't know would think that an almighty had made a move. A terrifying light erupted as shocking energy swept out in all directions. The dazzling sword of primal chaos was suddenly covered with countless cracks and then split into two. What? Lu Mingyue was stunned when she saw this scene, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Her sword of primal chaos had been cut in half. She found it hard to believe. The surrounding kings felt their scalps go numb and their eyes widened. The sword of primal chaos was a weapon condensed from primal chaos chi and primal chaos light. It was extremely sharp. It could be said to be invincible. But now, it had been cut in half by Lin Xian. What kind of artifact is that black demonic sword? It's so terrifying that it can cut the sword of primal chaos in half? Heavens, this is too unbelievable. I'm not dreaming, am I? Shocked voices sounded one after another. It was obvious that no one could accept this reality. The corners of Lin Xian's lips curled up as a cold smile appeared on his face. The other party actually dared to compete with him in swordsmanship. He was really courting death. With his 9 Hell Demon Sword and the Great Dragon Sword Soul, nothing could stop him. What's more, it wasn't a real Earth-rank treasure, but a sword of light condensed from a cultivation method. If he wanted to sever it, it would be very easy. Lu Mingyue coldly snorted when she saw the black demonic sword stabbing towards her once again. Primal chaos light blossomed from her body and carried her as she rapidly retreated backwards. At the same time, Sun Yang and Yan Qing also attacked once again. The 3 experts besieged Lin Xian, and the battle broke out in an instant. Sun Yang once again transformed into countless figures. This time, he did not confuse his opponent, but attacked directly. This was because he knew that illusions were useless now. Only by attacking would he be able to hurt his opponent. Therefore, an overwhelming number of figures charged toward Lin Feng. On the other side, Yan Qing also urged the Thorned Flower to unleash attacks that covered the sky. All kinds of terrifying plants filled the sky, trying to envelop Lin Xian. Lu Mingyue's expression was even colder. Balls of primal chaos light appeared on her jade-like hand, and it was extremely sharp. This time, she did not form the primal chaos sword. Instead, she waved her hand, and the terrifying primal chaos light turned into lightning and flew toward Lin Xian. Boom! The primal chaos light was extremely fast with monstrous killing intent. In an instant, it pierced toward Lin Xian's head. This scene was really too shocking. 3 great experts, each one of them was extremely terrifying. At this moment, when they joined forces, they were even more powerful. Perhaps no one would be able to withstand it easily. Lin Xian naturally sensed the danger as well. However, it was especially at this moment that he had to remain calm. With a cold snort, the great dragon sword soul in his body erupted, and a terrifying dragon sword realm instantly appeared. Shocking sword light soared into the sky, turning into streaks of killing intent. He held the demonic sword in his hand and slashed out a 5-colored sword light. The long sword swept across and flattened the world. The attacks that filled the sky were sliced apart. At this moment, Lin Xian was extremely powerful. Buzz! However, a bolt of lightning pierced through the sword shadows that filled the sky and quickly pierced toward Lin Xian. Primal chaos light. It was extremely terrifying. This light was too fast. Even Lin Xian's pupils shrank abruptly. Not only was his opponent fast, but he also grasped the timing very well. Now was the moment when he revealed a flaw. The primal chaos light brushed past his body, making a sonorous sound. Blood spurted out, and a crack appeared on Lin Xian's body. He hit him. He's injured. Seeing this scene, many people cheered because they had finally managed to injure Lin Xian after fighting for so long. Even Yan Qing, Sun Yang, and the others revealed a smile. As long as they could injure him, it would be easy. They believed that if the 3 of them joined forces, they would definitely be able to kill him in 100 or 200 moves. However, in the next moment, the smiles on their faces froze, and even became very ugly. This was because they realized that their opponent was indeed injured. However, it was a light injury that could even be ignored. The primal chaos light had only cut Lin Xian's skin, and it did not hurt his bones at all. Even now, the wound was rapidly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. What? How is this possible? No one dared to believe it. What kind of body was that? How could it resist the primal chaos light? One had to know that even a 6-star king would probably be pierced through by that attack just now. However, Lin Xian only suffered a light injury. This was simply too unbelievable. How could they know that Lin Xian's body had been tempered by all kinds of natural treasures? Moreover, it had been tempered by the black aura on the heaven-piercing giant sword. It could be said to be extremely tough. Moreover, when facing danger earlier, Lin Xian's body was also covered with sharp sword light, so he only suffered a light injury. Lu Mingyue's expression was also solemn. She realized that Lin Xian's strength was beyond her expectations. However, this did not change her mind. She had to kill him today. In the next moment, Countless primal chaos chi surrounded her body. In one hand she held the wonton knife, and the other, the primal chaos sword. A terrifying murderous aura pierced through heaven and earth, releasing a terrifying power. In the next moment, Lu Mingyue turned into a bolt of lightning and quickly charged forward. She kept attacking, waving the wonton knife and wonton sword rapidly. Terrifying light rushed toward Lin Xian. Boom! Boom! Lin Xian raised his sword to block, but the violent power made him constantly dodge. Not only that, but Sun Yang and Yan Qing also attacked from both sides. The three of them formed a triangle and pressured Lin Xian. In an instant, Lin Xian was in danger again. Kill! Lin Xian roared, and his body glowed. Terrifying sword light quickly circled around him. Chapter 1778. He knew that Yan Qing and Sun Yang were nothing to worry about. Lu Mingyue, who was in front of him, was the real enemy. Only by killing her could he be out of danger. Otherwise, the chaotic light was too much of a threat to him. 5 Elements Sword. Every time Lin Xian swung the sword, a terrifying sword aura would be released. This was the 5 Elements Sword, which was evolved from his 5 Elements Fist. Now that it was combined with the Great Dragon Sword Soul, its attack power was terrifying to the extreme. 5 Elements Technique? You're not from the 5 Elements sect at all. You can't unleash the full power of the 5 Elements Technique. Lu Mingyue sneered disapprovingly. However, in the next moment, she was stunned. The kings in the surroundings were also shocked. That was because they realized that Lin Xian's sword was too terrifying. The sword light shone and was extremely terrifying. A flaming phoenix quickly rose into the sky with the demonic sword. The terrifying flame aura swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. What a terrifying flame aura! It was not inferior to the 5 Elements Technique at all. Some experts were extremely shocked. Even the faces of those from the 5 Elements sect changed drastically. Damn it, how did this kid know the 5 Elements Technique? Where did he learn it from? The flaming sword light shocked everyone. Buzz. The flaming phoenix sword's aura was monstrous. It directly tore through the void and slashed towards Lu Mingyue. Chaos Technique. Lu Mingyue's nerves were extremely solemn. She knew that this sword was very dangerous and she had to resist it with all her might. In the next moment, she waved her hand and the chaotic aura on her body quickly circulated. With a wave of her palm, thousands of chaotic lights followed and slammed forward. Boom! The two collided and directly pierced through the void. A terrifying energy storm swept in all directions. Even Sun Yang and Yan Qing did not dare to resist this energy. The two of them did not even dare to attack Lin Xian and quickly retreated. The surrounding kings were also shocked and kept retreating to a safe distance. The sea of bones below was extremely demonic. It flickered with light and no one even noticed that the blood on the ground was absorbed by the sea. Not only that, the energy storm created by the battle between Lu Mingyue and Lin Xian did not have much effect on the Sea of Bones. It was as if there was a mysterious power around the Sea of Bones. After one strike, the two of them engaged in an intense battle. Terrifying auras pierced through the void. Everyone was shocked, and their scalps went numb. Because the methods of these two people were truly too terrifying. Regardless of whether it was Lin Xian or Lu Mingyue, both of them would be able to sweep the field. After the flaming sword, Lin Xian used the other 4 swords of the 5 element swords. Each of them was extremely terrifying and powerful. Lu Mingyue, on the other hand, was surrounded by the light of Wanton. She was like a goddess of war, extremely dazzling. However, cold sweat gradually trickled down her forehead because she realized that she was being suppressed by Lin Xian. In fact, his sword strike had even sliced apart the primal chaos light on her body. If it wasn't for the fact that she was wearing an Earth-rank treasure armor, that sword strike would have seriously injured her. Thus, Lu Mingyue's expression was extremely gloomy. The surrounding kings were also extremely shocked. They had never imagined that Lin Xian would actually gain the upper hand in this battle. Furthermore, from the looks of it, the other party seemed to have sufficient strength. This made everyone feel incredulous. Lu Mingyue's allies were also extremely anxious. The weaker ones didn't dare to step forward at all because they couldn't even withstand the aftermath of the energy. Yan Qing and Sun Yang were also gnashing their teeth. In this situation, they were somewhat unable to help. They could only continuously interfere from the side, but many of the effects were not great. Not only that, they were almost ambushed by ordinary dark red divine dragons. However, at this moment, two old men's expressions were indeed cold, and killing intent surfaced in their eyes. At this moment, they finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Even if those people looked down on them, they were going to make a move. This was because Lin Xian gave them a feeling that he was too dangerous. If he was allowed to continue growing, it wouldn't be long before even they wouldn't be able to suppress him. At that time, in this deep forest, no one would be a match for Lin Xian. They wouldn't allow such a thing to happen, so these people were prepared to make a move. Finally, an old man made a move. The aura on his body suddenly erupted. With a wave of his palm, it was like a mountain smashing over. Immediately, the void trembled, and a violent wind blew. The terrifying energy enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly and slashed at Lu Mingyue again. Then, he suddenly turned around to resist the huge palm behind him. Sword light flickered all over his body, turning into a golden sword ray that directly slashed behind him. Boom! With a loud bang, the golden sword chi directly blasted the mountain-like palm away. Meanwhile, the old man's figure also retreated. His palm was trembling and bleeding non-stop. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were all shocked. That was an elder powerhouse, but he was injured by the other party in one move. This made them extremely shocked. Was the other party's strength really that heaven-defying? Kid, you're too arrogant. Don't you even respect your elders? That's right. Hurry up and kneel down and apologize. Destroy your own martial arts, or else you'll end up in a terrible state. Cold shouts came one after another. Meanwhile, the injured old man's face was also ferocious. Originally, he thought that with his strength and sudden attack, he would definitely be able to catch the other party off guard. Perhaps he could seriously injure the other party. However, he did not expect that he would be injured in one move. This was unacceptable to him. You're too arrogant. Don't think that just because you have a powerful treasure sword in your hand, you can do whatever you want. You're just asking for trouble. The injured old man said in a deep voice. He did not think that Lin Xian was strong, but that he had a powerful treasure sword in his hand that could injure him. In fact, many people thought so because Lin Xian's treasure sword had previously cut the Sword of Chaos in half. That was probably something that only an upper-grade treasure weapon could do. What does it have to do with you whether I'm arrogant or not? Lin Xian said coldly. However, since you dared to sneak attack me, you'll have to pay the price. Price? What do you want? The old man sneered. Of course, I want you to apologize with your death. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With the killing sword in his hand, he strode forward. What, you dare to kill me? Hearing this, the old man was stunned. He then snorted coldly. Kid, do you know who I am? Do you know which sect I'm from? I don't need to know. Since you dared to sneak attack me, you'll definitely die. Lin Xian's expression was cold. You're courting death. The old man was furious. The other party was too arrogant. It was too despicable. Therefore, in the next moment, he said coldly, I'm from the Wavering Light's sacred land. If you dare to touch me, you'll definitely die. Wavering Light's sacred land. Hearing this, everyone exclaimed in surprise. This was because whether it was in the outside world or in the mystic world, the Wavering Light Sacred Land was a huge and terrifying existence. They did not expect this old man to be from the Wavering Light Sacred Land. After Lin Xian heard this, he narrowed his eyes and sneered. Wavering Light Sacred Land? So what? Since you dared to sneak attack me, you'll have to pay the price. Shocked, everyone around was shocked. Chapter 1779. Hearing this, the elder gritted his teeth and shouted, You're challenging the dignity of the Wavering Light's sacred land. The Wavering Light's sacred land was a peerless sacred land in the eastern wilderness. It was very ancient and terrifying, and no one dared to provoke it. But now he dared to challenge it. This was simply too inconceivable. So what if you're from the Wavering Light's sacred land? Do you still think this is the Eastern Wilderness? Lin Xian snorted. Then he raised his arm and waved a terrifying sword chi. You're courting death. The elder was furious. He endured the injuries in his body and attacked crazily. Behind him, a dazzling halo appeared. At the same time, a golden shadow condensed in his hand and blasted forward. Boom! Lin Xian's sword slashed forward. It was incomparably fierce. It directly slashed the golden shadow and landed on the elder's body. The elder was sent flying again. When the surrounding kings saw this, their scalps went numb. Lin Xian was too powerful. The elder was covered in blood. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He was like a crazy demon beast, staring coldly at Lin Xian. Do you really want to fall out with the Wavering Light's sacred land? Fight to the death? Killing you means falling out with the Wavering Light's sacred land? You really think highly of yourself. Lin Xian shook his head coldly. Your actions are insulting the Wavering Light's sacred land. I'm just teaching you a lesson here. After saying that, his body shone with sword chi and he walked forward again. Brat, you're too arrogant. The elder's face turned ugly. Although this is not the Eastern Wilderness, the saint of the Wavering Light's sacred land is here. The Wavering Light Saint. Hearing this name, the surrounding kings fell silent. There was even a strong sense of fear in their eyes. This name was like a mountain that pressed down on their hearts. The Wavering Light Saint was a young genius and incomparably mysterious. When he was young, he had displayed heaven-defying talent. When he was young, he was even more dazzling. In the Eastern Wilderness, he was the most powerful existence among the younger generation. It was rumored that he was extremely mysterious. No one knew how strong he really was. However, even the older generation and peerless geniuses had to bow their heads in front of him. Such a character, so powerful that it made others despair, was also in the profound world at this moment. However, during this period of time, he had not shown himself, and everyone had even forgotten about his existence. However, after the old man's reminder, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. That's right. Although this was not the Eastern Wilderness, as long as the Alcade Saint was here, the Alcade sacred ground would still be the top existence. The Alcade Saint? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He is indeed a genius. However, even he can't save you. If I want to kill someone, no one can stop me. Even if he comes, let him fight with me. Lin Xian was extremely powerful. Even in the face of the Alcade Saint, he was not afraid. Seeing Lin Xian walk over again, the old man was finally afraid. His expression was filled with fear. He realized that even if he brought up the Alcade Saint's son, the other party would not let him go. He could not believe it. Brat, you're courting death. If you leave now, I can let bygones be bygones. However, if you dare to touch me, the Alcade sacred ground will not let you go. There will be no place for you in this forest. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly and was unmoved. The dragon sword's spiritual domain instantly erupted and enveloped the other party. Terrifying sword chi soared into the sky, turning the entire space into an extremely dangerous zone. The old man also roared crazily and destroyed his strength to the extreme. He had to save himself now, or no one would be able to save him. Sacred Light Technique. Laozi's body shone with light, forming a huge ball of light above his head. The terrifying light was like the sun, illuminating the entire sky. The two exchanged blows, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to split. After a few moves, there was a sudden violent explosion, and bright light spread in all directions. The terrifying sacred light ball was cut in half by the sword. The entire sky sank. The old man opposite him had disheveled hair and was covered in blood. His eyes were filled with anxiety and fear. Because Lin Xian was too powerful, there was no way to stop him. That kind of power made him feel despair. Brat, you're causing trouble for yourself. Even if you kill me, there will be a day when the Alcade Saint will kill you. The old man issued a final threat. Lin Xian's expression was still cold. You don't know what's good for you. Then he stabbed out with his long sword as fast as lightning. The terrifying sword light streaked across the sky, and the energy caused the surrounding kings to tremble. The old man in front of him stiffened. His pupils gradually dilated as if he couldn't believe it. The next moment, a crack appeared between his eyebrows and spread downward. Then his entire body was split in half. What? Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe that the other party had really killed someone from the Alcade's sacred land. Was he not afraid of the Alcade Saint's revenge? Everyone felt as if they were dreaming. However, they didn't know that Lin Xian had killed people from the Alcade's sacred land more than once. If they knew this news, what kind of expressions would they have? Lin Xian had actually killed a martial artist from the Alcade's sacred land with a single sword strike. This was too shocking. This was a sign of falling out with the Alcade's sacred land. Moreover, the Alcade Saint was very likely to be nearby. Perhaps he would rush over soon. However, Lin Xian did not hesitate at all and attacked decisively. Brother, I have to say that you're too strong. I, old Zhang, have never admired anyone. Today, I'm the first one to admire you. Yes, brother, you're really fierce. You even dared to kill someone from the Alcade's sacred land. You're too powerful. However, brother, I advise you to leave quickly. The Alcade Saint might be nearby. Perhaps he'll be here soon. You'd better leave quickly. Exclamations were heard. Obviously, these people were convinced by Lin Xian's decisiveness and strength. They were all worried about him. As for the others, such as Lu Mingyue and the others, they sneered. That's great. We couldn't take this brat down. I didn't expect him to dare to kill someone from the Alcade's sacred land. This is going to be a good show. The Alcade's sacred land will definitely not let him go. I think we don't need to do anything. The Alcade's sacred land alone can kill this brat. Lu Mingyue and the others sneered. It doesn't matter. If he comes, we'll fight. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous and his battle suit was in high spirits. To be honest, he also wanted to fight with the legendary Alcade Saint to verify his martial arts today. However, after waiting for a long time, he still didn't see the Alcade Saint, so Lin Xian was ready to leave. However, how could Lu Mingyue and the others let Lin Xian go? The next moment, the three of them attacked again. Not only that, but this time, several powerful martial artists also attacked. They all wanted to kill Lin Xian. The battle broke out again. This time, it was even more intense. Chapter 1780. A great battle broke out, shaking the heavens and the earth. The entire space shook violently. Lin Xian was suppressed and was at a disadvantage. However, sword light flashed all over his body as he fought more and more valiantly. The surrounding martial artists were even more shocked. Up until now, Lin Xian had still not been caught. It had to be said that it was really too shocking. One had to know that the lineup sent out this time was unprecedentedly strong. No one could stand up to them. Boom. However, at that moment, the ground shook violently as if a peerless monster was about to be born. Sure enough, in the next moment, the sea of bones below shook rapidly and then split open. A white bone palm like a white mountain grabbed at the sky. One of the warriors did not escape in time and was caught by the white palm, exploding into a bloody mist. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere, pungent to the nose. Everyone was stunned by this scene. What's going on? Everyone was stunned, regardless of whether they were spectators or those who were fighting in the field. Even Lin Xian furrowed his brows. The shaking below became more and more intense. Lin Xian and the others looked down and gasped. The sea of bones below split open and a huge crack appeared. A white bone creature appeared from below. It was very tall, like a mountain, surrounded by murderous aura. It was terrifying. What? There's a white bone creature here? How is this possible? Everyone's scalps went numb. They had checked before and there were no signs of life at all. But now, an undead creature had appeared. It was indeed shocking. How can this be? Even Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, and the others frowned. However, those elder-level elders cried out in alarm. Damn it, it was the white bones that absorbed the blood from the great battle before, most likely reviving it. Everyone's scalps went numb. If that was the case, they would not be able to resist at all. This sea of bones was formed from the ancient battle. It was an ancient battlefield. The white bones here were all stunning and powerful figures back in the day. Every single one of them was extremely terrifying. If they were revived, these people would not be able to resist. Sure enough, the terrifying white bone giant waved its hand and blasted a group of warriors into a bloody mist. In the next moment, everyone fled frantically. They did not dare to stay here any longer. Even those experts no longer besieged Lin Xian. Instead, they all fled into the distance. This was because the white palm was flying towards them quickly. Lin Xian also used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps. His body turned into a flash of lightning as he dodged continuously. He knew that this battle could not continue. Now, he had to avoid the white bone giant's attack. If he was targeted by the opponent, he would be in trouble. As Lin Xian dodged, he frowned. Because at this time, Lu Mingyue's attack. A ray of chaotic light transformed into a bolt of lightning and shot toward Lin Xian. It seemed that Lu Mingyue really wanted to kill Lin Xian. Mingyue, 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 Mingyue. And Mingyue, Mingyue. He caught hold of the light of chaos in an instant. Then, he snorted coldly and dodged the attack with a flash of his body. Not only that, he waved his arm and sent out a sword chi. It formed a cage and trapped Lu Mingyue. She could not escape. Lu Mingyue's expression changed. She did not expect Lin Xian to be so alert as to dodge her attack. Moreover, he had created quite a lot of trouble for her. In the next moment, she attacked the sword chi cage with all her might and escaped. She stopped attacking and quickly fled into the distance. That was because the white bone creature was even more terrifying. Its eyes flickered, and white waves swept in all directions. None of the martial artists who were blasted were lucky enough to escape. Kid, don't run outside. Go near the heaven-piercing sword. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon transmitted its voice. Hearing this, Lin Xian moved and flew in the opposite direction. Sure enough, there were no attacks from the white bone creature near the heaven-piercing sword. In order to avoid being discovered, he hid in the pile of white bones at the edge. Through the gap, Lin Xian saw the scene of frantic escape in the distance. When he saw the power of the white bone creature, his eyelids twitched wildly. Such power was definitely not something they could fight against. In front of them, the white bone giant was terrifying. Not only was its body huge, but its power was also terrifying. With a gentle wave of its palm, it tore the void apart. Not only that, but there were also terrifying scenes surrounding it. There was a headless warlord, a terrifying sword master, and an 8-headed evil dragon. There was also a demon with wings on its back. These scenes were extremely terrifying, and all of them surrounded the white bone giant. Boom! In the next moment, the huge palm enveloped Lu Mingyue, Yan Qing, Sun Yang, and more than a dozen Wang Zhe. Yan Qing roared crazily. The thorned flower behind him shone brightly. The vines in front of him turned into a green rainbow and rushed into the sky, trying to resist. A pair of transparent wings appeared behind Sun Yang's back to increase his speed. Lu Mingyue was surrounded by chaotic qi. She looked like a god of war. The other kings also roared angrily and used all their strength to escape. However, the white bone palm was too terrifying. Other than Lu Mingyue, Yan Qing, Sun Yang, and the others were directly turned into a bloody mist. This scene was simply too shocking. Such a powerful king had been killed in an instant. Not only that, 2 rays of white light appeared from the huge white bone skull. They were like giant dragons that rushed in all directions. In the crowd, Gu Santong used his space mystique and disappeared into the void. On the other side, Yi Wudao's body shone brightly. He emitted a powerful aura like a god of war and quickly ran into the distance. The terrifying scene was still playing out, but Lin Xian's place was abnormally quiet. No one would have thought that he was right below the white bone. In fact, the more dangerous a place was, the safer it was. Lin Xian now understood this point. He was now inside the white bone. It seemed very dangerous, but he was incomparably safe. He was not affected at all. However, good things did not last long. Not long after, the huge white bone creature gave up the chase and walked towards the Sea of Bones again. It seemed like it wanted to return to the Sea of Bones. What the fuck? Lin Xian's face darkened. If it came to the Sea of Bones, would it discover him? Thinking of this, his scalp went numb. If he escaped now, he would be targeted. It seemed like he could only continue to go deeper into the Sea of Bones. The dark red dragon was also out of ideas. The white bone giant in front of them was obviously an existence that surpassed the Almighty's. They could not escape at all. Therefore, they could only go down and hope that the white bone giant did not discover them. Chapter 1781. After walking for an unknown period of time, Lin Xian felt that the bones below were getting fewer and fewer. He was about to touch the hard ground. After moving forward for a while, Lin Xian's brows suddenly twitched. He and the dark red dragon's figure swayed and came to the ground. There was actually a cave below. That's right, Lin Xian broke through countless bones and earth and came to a strange cave. There were also bones here, but not many. Moreover, from the luster, they were more powerful than the ones outside. But fortunately, they had been dead for countless years and could not pose a threat to him. This is a corridor. There seems to be a cave ahead. Let's go and take a look. The dark red dragon pointed ahead and said. Lin Xian was also curious. He wanted to know where this place was, so the two of them discussed and set off again. After walking for a while, a huge stone tablet suddenly appeared in front of them. There was a sentence engraved on it. It was an ancient language, but fortunately, He too could read it. I'm here. I hope I can succeed this time. It was just a short sentence. There was nothing to see. Therefore, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon continued to walk forward. Not long after, they found another stone tablet. The enemy is too powerful. It's unimaginable. The enemy shouldn't exist in this world, but he escaped the cycle of time. I think we should use other methods. Enemy? What kind of person is able to escape the cycle of time? Seeing the second stone tablet, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were shocked. This time, they sped up and walked forward, because they estimated that there should be a third stone tablet. After going through so many difficulties and dangers, we finally found the Great Dragon Sword. I hope we can succeed this time. The Great Dragon Sword, it was actually related to the Great Dragon Sword. Seeing this, Lin Xian was excited. He did not expect that the cave under the Sea of Bones was actually related to the Great Dragon Sword. Could it be that the owner of this cave was also the successor of the Great Dragon Sword? But he did not know which generation it was. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xian's speed was even faster this time. He even used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and his speed reached the extreme. In the next moment, he saw the fourth stone tablet. However, nothing was written on the fourth stele. To be exact, it was written, but it had been erased by someone. Even the traces of the erasure were still clearly visible. What exactly happened? Did that man defeat Rian or not? What was the result? And who was it that erased the traces? Was it the owner of the dragon sword or someone else? Lin Xian frowned, extremely puzzled. Moving forward, Lin Xian refused to give up. He continued to dash forward at top speed. However, he did not find the fifth stone tablet. Instead, he saw a coffin. Beside it, there was a pit. It was unknown whether it was buried or dug out by someone. Do you want to open it? After much consideration, Lin Xian finally decided to open it. The next moment, he opened it. There was no corpse inside, nor were there any bones. Instead, there was a piece of human skin. The human skin was the size of 2 palms. It was glossy and full of divine energy. Whose coffin was it this time? Who left this human skin behind? What was his goal? Could it be that the corpse had been stolen? Lin Xian was extremely puzzled. In the next moment, he picked up the human skin. However, when he saw the reverse side, he was completely stunned. Because on the human skin, there were countless words. This is... Lin Xian was shocked. He looked carefully. Could it be that it was left behind by the owner of this cave, the owner of the dragon sword? He looked carefully and then sucked in a breath of cold air. Dragon sword secret technique. This was actually a secret technique related to the Great Dragon Sword. It seemed that it was left behind by the owner of the Dragon Sword. Lin Xian was wild with joy. He now had the Great Dragon Sword soul and his combat strength was unparalleled. However, he only instinctively used the Great Dragon Sword soul and didn't have the corresponding method. Even He too didn't leave it behind for him. This was because the fourth generation of the Dragon Sword had died too suddenly. He only left behind some Earth stage cultivation techniques and no Dragon Sword secret technique. In fact, he didn't even know if the fourth generation successor of the Dragon Sword had the Dragon Sword secret technique. But now, he actually obtained a Dragon Sword secret technique. Even if the supreme expert wasn't suppressed, he probably wouldn't be able to contend against this white bone giant. With this Dragon Sword secret technique, it was completely enough for Lin Xian to use in the entire king level. Moreover, he believed that after cultivating it, the power of his Great Dragon Sword soul would be even more terrifying. After searching around again, he didn't find anything else. Thus, he and the dark red divine dragon left. This time, Lin Xian used the heavenly secret divine eyes and changed to another direction. He carefully left. He didn't alarm the huge white bone giant. Not long after Lin Xian left, another figure landed in this cave. It was a young man. He was very handsome and even had a trace of evil aura. After he arrived at this cave, he narrowed his eyes. When he saw the first stone tablet, he also frowned. However, when he saw the second stone tablet, his eyes indeed lit up. It's him. This is actually his cave. This evil handsome young man was excited. However, as he walked further back, he frowned. This was because he also discovered that the traces had been erased. Especially when he saw that the coffin had been opened. His whole face turned gloomy. At this moment, the coffin was empty. The human skin had been taken away, so this mysterious handsome young man naturally didn't get anything. Damn it. Someone was one step ahead of me. The evil young man's eyes flashed. Who is it? Don't let me find out. Otherwise, Tianqi won't let you go. Mo Tianqi. This evil young man was actually Mo Tianqi. He was also the former sect master of the Pill sect. He was also the person who was hunted down by the Wavering Light Sacred Land. He could be said to be incomparably terrifying. He was a peerless supreme expert. However, it was unexpected that he would come to this tilted moon mystic world. On the other side, Lin Xian naturally didn't know that after he left, Mo Tianqi had also gone to that mysterious cave. He didn't even know that Mo Tianqi was in this mystic world. Now, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon had already come out of the underground cave. He was still near the Bone Sea. When he came out, he looked around and found that the surroundings were a mess. The mountains had collapsed and countless large areas of forest were destroyed. Obviously, they were all destroyed by the terrifying white bone giant. He carefully distanced himself, trying to find a safe place to cultivate the Dragon Sword secret technique. However, at this moment, in the depths of the forest in the distance, a ray of wanton light shot straight into the sky. Then, a beautiful figure appeared on the peak of the mountain. Her body shone with chaotic light, and a pair of chaotic wings appeared on her back. Her entire body emitted a powerful aura. Lu Mingyue. Chapter 1782. The other party's aura was much stronger than before. Did she make a breakthrough? That was too shocking. Unexpectedly, not only did the white bone giant fail to kill Lu Mingyue, but it also allowed her to successfully make a breakthrough. Now the other party's strength was even more terrifying and powerful. She was really a difficult opponent. No wonder Yi Wudao said that this woman was qualified to be the saintess of all beginnings. Lin Xian wasn't the only one who discovered Lu Mingyue's breakthrough. The other experts in the forest also discovered it. Then they all looked dignified. There was no other way. Lu Mingyue was very powerful before, and now that she had made a breakthrough, her strength had increased a lot. But it was conceivable that she would become one of the most terrifying figures. Such a person was absolutely terrifying. But at that moment, a king whose body was shining with light quickly soared into the sky and attacked Lu Mingyue. This scene caused everyone to exclaim in surprise. Lin Xian was also very surprised. He didn't expect that at this time, someone would attack Lu Mingyue. Lu Mingyue's figure shook, and the wings of chaos unfolded. Her whole body turned into a stream of light and quickly left the mountain. She didn't fight with the other party. Presumably, she had just made a breakthrough and wanted to stabilize her realm. When the resplendent figure saw Lu Mingyue leave, he snorted coldly and did not pursue her. Instead, he quickly disappeared into the void. Who is this person? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. When Lu Mingyue and the others besieged him, the other party seemed to have attacked him. But he didn't expect that the other party would attack Lu Mingyue now. I don't know. He should be a powerful king. He doesn't seem to allow experts with heaven-defying combat strength to exist. What this kind of person seeks is balance. Whoever displays the most power, he should attack that person. The dark red divine dragon analyzed. Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Humph, the other party better not attack him, or he will never let that person go. The next moment, he turned and left, going to a safe place to cultivate the dragon sword's secret technique. This cultivation lasted for half a month. The dragon sword's secret technique was very mysterious and abnormally difficult to cultivate. Lin Xian cultivated for half a month and only grasped a little. However, although he had only grasped a little, he could feel that his aura was undergoing a shocking change. The great dragon sword soul became even more skillful and nimble. It was as though a true dragon had taken up residence in his body. His terrifying strength made his entire body incomparably sharp. With my current strength, ordinary 6-star kings are no match for me at all. Those older generation experts are also no match for me. I just don't know what will happen if I encounter a true holy sun. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. At this moment, he was infinitely powerful. After his strength had greatly increased, Lin Xian went out again. This time, he actually met Gu Santong. Gu Santong was as calm as ever, as if he was just an ordinary person. However, Lin Xian knew that this was definitely a formidable opponent. This was because he had fought with the other party before, and it was only a draw. There weren't many people who could fight him to a draw. Until now, there was only Gu Santong. One could only imagine how terrifying the other party was. Gu Santong naturally saw Lin Xian as well. However, when he felt the qi shi on Lin Xian, he was instantly shocked. You've broken through. He was extremely shocked. He didn't expect Lin Xian's aura to be even sharper than before. You're not simple either. You're even more mysterious than before. I can barely feel your aura. Lin Xian was also shocked. Indeed, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have been able to sense the other party's existence. This meant that the other party's void technique had become even more perfect. It was almost able to merge with the entire space. Space mystique was definitely a terrifying mystique. Coupled with the other party's void technique, it could be said to be extremely powerful. After Gu Santong learned that Lin Xian had broken through, his eyes shone brightly. Even his ordinary face was now covered with a layer of radiance. His entire person was no longer ordinary. Since you've broken through, and I've also broken through a little during this time, why don't we fight again? Last time, it was a draw. It wasn't satisfying. If this was any other time, I wouldn't mind fighting. But now I can't. Lin Xian shook his head. That woman, Lu Mingyue, has also broken through. I think she'll attack me again. So until I defeat her, I have to maintain my peak state. I can't be ambushed, Lin Xian said in a low voice. Lu Mingyue. Hearing this, Gu Santong nodded. Indeed. That woman is incredible. Her primal chaos technique has been trained to a superb level. She's a strong opponent. If that's the case, then I won't force you. We'll fight again after you've defeated her. The radiance on Gu Santong's body quickly disappeared and entered his body. He once again became an ordinary young man. Then he asked, "But what do you plan to do?" That woman probably won't fight alone. She has many strong people around her. From what I know, the last time the Bone Sea changed, a large number of strong cultivators died. But it also allowed many people to break through at the critical moment. Their strength increased by leaps and bounds. They're even more terrifying than those who died before. That Lu Mingyue seems to have a few strong cultivators who broke through. They're even more terrifying than Yan Qing and Sun Yang. So, although they have fewer strong cultivators now, their strength is even higher than before. There's such a thing. Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. He really didn't know. He had been in seclusion these days to cultivate the dragon sword secret technique. He didn't expect such a change to happen in the outside world. It seemed that he wasn't the only one who had broken through. Everyone else had as well. However, he believed that with the dragon sword secret technique, his strength was definitely not something those people could imagine. But he didn't want to wait passively, so he decided to take the initiative. Just like last time, when he uprooted the Bright Moon organization. He decided to do the same thing again. When Gu Santong heard about Lin Xian's decision, he was shocked. You've decided to take the initiative? He didn't expect Lin Xian to be so strong. After all, Lu Mingyue had broken through and her strength had increased greatly. Moreover, she had a few strong cultivators around her. Even so, Lin Xian still decided to take the initiative. It was simply too shocking. Lin Xian said in a low voice, "There's no other way. They have too many strong cultivators. If a few of them break through, I'm afraid even I won't be able to deal with them. That's why I have to kill them before they break through. It's time to settle some debts." Hearing this, Gu Santong's eyes flashed. Then he asked, "Do you need help? You want to help me?" Chapter 1783. After all, he was from the Gu clan and was a space elemental king. He was extremely powerful. With him around, he would be a terrifying force to be reckoned with. "I do want to help you," Gu Santong said. "However, I hope that when I'm in danger, you can help me." "What is it? Could it be that you've encountered some danger?" Lin Xian was confused. Gu Santong looked like he was in trouble. "I am in trouble. Recently, I've been feeling that someone has been observing me in the dark. There's even a chilling aura. However, I can't find out who it is." At this point, Gu Santong's expression was solemn. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. If what Gu Santong said was true, then it was too scary. Gu Santong was a space elemental king and had mastered the void technique. His perception of space was extremely powerful. If someone was hiding in the surroundings, they would not be able to escape his perception. However, he could not find the mysterious person. This meant that the other party was extremely powerful, at least more powerful than Gu Santong. If someone like this had their eyes on Gu Santong, it was no wonder that even a disciple of a clan of the ancients would have a headache. Lin Xian said in a low voice, "No matter what the danger is, if you help me this time, I will definitely help you the next time you're in danger." Firstly, Lin Xian had decided to take the initiative. With Gu Santong's help, his chances of winning would be higher. Secondly, he already saw Gu Santong as a friend. If a friend was in trouble, he would naturally help. "Alright. Then this time, I'll go with you." Hearing this, Gu Santong breathed a sigh of relief. Although he did not know what the danger was, with Lin Xian's help, no matter how dangerous it was, he would definitely be able to get through it. Next, the two of them began to plan to uproot Lu Mingyue's faction. However, before that, there was one more person to deal with. That was Zhao Tianxia. This woman had a vicious heart and was good at seduction. She had a few giants under her control. She was a threat that was no weaker than Lu Mingyue. Lin Xian would not allow such a threat to exist. Therefore, he decided to take Zhao Tianxia out as well. At night, darkness fell. This time, Lin Xian was on the move again. He, Gu Santong, and the dark red dragon turned into 3 streaks of light and headed towards the Valley of the Giants. Last time, the Valley of the Giants had been destroyed by the battle between the 3 beasts. But now, the valley was once again built by a few giants. It was surrounded by 3 huge mountain peaks, forming an impenetrable fortress. Normal kings would not be able to break through, but something like this was not a problem for Lin Xian and Gu Santong. Gu Santong stood in the air, his robes fluttering in the wind. A smile appeared on his calm face. In the next moment, the surrounding space began to vibrate rapidly. Like waves, the vibrations spread rapidly in all directions. Lin Xian and the Crimson Divine Dragon felt the space around them distort violently. Then the space enveloped their bodies. In the next moment, just like Gu Santong, they completely merged into the void. Void technique. Lin Xian felt the changes in his surroundings and was shocked. As expected of a clan that had produced a great emperor, this secret technique was too powerful and too strange. They could actually hide in the void and directly bypass the impenetrable mountain peaks to enter the Valley of the Giants. After entering the valley, Gu Santong immediately used the space domain. Instantly, the entire valley was enveloped. The void vibrated and darkness fell. The terrifying space domain released boundless power and imprisoned all the warriors. Even the giants' movements became stiff for a moment. Lin Xian also released the Dragon Sword domain at the same time. A terrifying murderous aura filled the sky. Dazzling sword chi quickly slashed downwards. It was like a harvester mercilessly reaping the lives of the kings below. He did not feel any pity because these people had tried to kill him before. He was only returning for revenge. Puff, puff, puff. The entire process was very fast. The warriors did not even have the chance to resist before they were killed. There were even 2 giants whose bodies were pierced by the terrifying sword chi. However, they were abnormally strong. Their vitality surpassed that of a king. So even though they were heavily injured, these giants struggled madly. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. He scanned the area below and did not find Zhao Tianxia. With a cold snort, he used the dragon catcher hand. His terrifying palms turned into 2 green dragons that quickly probed downwards. He caught one of the kings. "Where is Zhao Tianxia?" Lin Xian asked coldly. "If I tell you, can you spare my life?" The king trembled, his eyes filled with fear. "If what you say is true, I can spare your life." Hearing this, the king quickly said, "Zhao Tianxia has not returned since the Bone Sea's shocking change. He seems to have given up on the Valley of the Giants." "He hasn't returned?" Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that Zhao Tianxia was a cautious person. He knew that the Valley of the Giants was not safe and simply left in advance. Now he did not know where he was. It seemed that he could not kill him this time. "You can leave now." Lin Xian waved his arm and threw the person out of the Valley of the Giants. He did not kill him because in his eyes, he was not worth mentioning. The next moment, he sent a voice transmission to Gu Santong and the Dark Red Dragon, telling them to leave quickly. The 3 of them turned into 3 streaks of lightning and left the Valley of the Giants in an instant. They flew towards the Bright Moon organization. As soon as Lin Xian, Gu Santong, and the Dark Red Dragon left the Valley of the Giants, an angry roar came from behind them. Without the restraints of space, the giants roared and were extremely terrifying. They ran out of the Valley of the Giants like crazy, wanting to kill Lin Xian and Gu Santong. At the same time, an angry roar came from afar, accompanied by terrifying energy waves. "What's going on?" Lin Xian and Gu Santong were shocked. The giants behind them were angry for a reason. They were chasing after them. But why were there such terrifying energy waves in the distance? Is someone fighting? Not long after, light shot into the sky and waves rolled. It was obvious that someone was fighting. And it seemed that it was not just 1 or 2 people fighting. As Gu Santong flew, he felt the changes in space. Then his expression became very serious. "Someone is fighting. Like us." Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. "Yes, like us. Someone is attacking other organizations." Gu Santong continued, "And it's not just one organization. I'm afraid that tonight will be the same as before." Chapter 1784. Moreover, it's not just one organization. I'm afraid that tonight will be the same as before. At that time, many people will die, Gu Santong said in a low voice. "How can this be?" Lin Xian frowned. He did not expect that someone would start a fight at this time. "I think that after the shocking change in the Bone Sea, many people broke through. Therefore, the original balance has been broken. There must be people who are dissatisfied with the current benefits and want to redistribute. As expected, they're all a bunch of greedy people." However, Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. "This is even better. It's suitable for our operation." Originally, he was thinking that if he attacked the Bright Moon organization, there might be other organizations helping him. However, it seemed that this worry could be completely discarded, because now every organization would be busy with their own affairs and would attract other people's attacks. Buzz. Light shot into the sky in front of them. Countless golden lights surrounded them and lit up half the sky. A terrifying aura filled the sky. What a powerful energy wave! Seeing this, Lin Xian was extremely shocked. Gu Santong's expression was extremely serious. The wavering light sage has made his move. It seems that he's one of the masterminds behind this. The wavering light sage. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He had heard that the wavering light sage was extremely terrifying, but he had never seen him in action. Now that he felt this aura, he knew that the rumors were true. The wavering light sage was extremely powerful. Just this aura alone was enough to shock people. He had to take it seriously because there was a lot of hatred between him and the wavering light sacred land. One day, there would be a battle between them. However, no matter how strong the other party was, he would not be afraid. With his strength and potential, he would definitely not lose to the other party. The two of them sprinted all the way and finally arrived near the Bright Moon organization. However, Lin Xian frowned because an earth-shattering battle had already happened in the Bright Moon organization. The surrounding buildings and forests were all destroyed. I wonder who attacked the Bright Moon organization? Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he scanned the surroundings. He did not find any trace of Lu Mingyue. However, there were still a few king-level figures in front of them, but they were all heavily injured and were concealing their auras. Seeing these people, Gu Santong said in a low voice. Some of these people were the kings who had successfully broken through a few days ago and had greatly increased their strength. Who would have thought that they would suffer such heavy injuries? Most likely, they would not be able to survive. To be honest, he was also extremely shocked. Even a 6-star king wouldn't be able to kill these people if they worked together. Now, however, they were all heavily injured and on the verge of death. One could well imagine how terrifying the person who did this was. Those people looked at Lin Xian and Gu Santong, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. One of them shouted with difficulty, "The Alcade Sage, he actually attacked us." Before he could finish his words, the king's neck tilted, and he collapsed to the ground. It was actually the Yao Guang saint who did it. Lin Xian was greatly surprised. He did not expect that such a terrifying figure would actually make a move against the Bright Moon organization. Now that he thought about it, it wasn't all that surprising. Although Lu Mingyue had been strong, she probably hadn't been a match for the likes of the Alcade Holy Sun and Leaf Doudenier. However, this time, Lu Mingyue had broken through again, which probably threatened the Alcade Holy Sun's position and interests. Therefore, the Alcade Holy Sun took the opportunity to eliminate Lu Mingyue and the Bright Moon organization to ensure his superior position in the forest. It was truly a merciless battle. Lin Xian had originally come for revenge, but he didn't expect to be involved in this battle for fame and benefits. Not long after Lin Xian and Gu Santong left, they encountered a chaotic battle. Dozens of kings were fighting in front of them, causing the sky to shatter and the earth to crack. Blood flowed, and everyone's eyes were bloodshot. When they saw Lin Xian and Gu Santong, they actually rushed over without caring about anything else. 7 powerful kings rushed towards Lin Xian and Gu Santong like the wind. Those people's bodies shone brightly, emitting demonic clouds that rolled over. A terrifying aura filled the sky. Humph! Gu Santong snorted coldly. How dare the other party attack them? They were courting death. In the next moment, the space territory appeared and locked the 7 people in place like a cage. "Brother Lin, do it now," he shouted anxiously. Even he couldn't hold on for long against 7 kings at once. But it didn't matter. To Lin Xian, a moment was enough. He waved his long sword, which turned into 7 rainbows that pierced through the 7 kings. What? Seeing this, the people watching from afar were shocked. They looked at Lin Xian and Gu Santong as if they were facing a formidable enemy. What kind of technique is this? It's too terrifying. He killed 7 kings in an instant. This kind of strength is unbelievable. At this moment, those people stopped fighting each other and stared at Lin Xian and the others. After a while, they seemed to recognize the two people and then ran in all directions like crazy. They had no choice. The two people's techniques were too powerful, and the scene just now had really shocked them. These people didn't dare to attack Lin Xian at all. Seeing those people running away, Lin Xian snorted coldly and continued on his way with Gu Santong and the dark red dragon. It didn't take long for another intense energy fluctuation to appear before them. Along with it was a terrifying and monstrous chaotic energy. The terrifying aura caused the entire space to tremble. Its chaotic aura. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, which shone brightly. Those who possessed chaotic aura were definitely from the All Beginnings Holy Land. And looking at the might of this chaotic aura, only Lu Mingyue could release it. Thinking of this, Lin Xian couldn't help but increase his speed. Sure enough, in the next moment, he saw more than 10 people fighting in front of him. He instantly found Lu Mingyue's figure. It was indeed Lu Mingyue's people fighting with other kings. Apart from Lu Mingyue, there were 3 extremely terrifying kings beside her. Each of them had a powerful aura and were even stronger than Yan Qing and Sun Yang. Presumably, these were the kings whose strength had greatly increased. The ones fighting with Lu Mingyue and the others were also a group, and their strength wasn't weak either. One of them was a burly man with a tall stature and a powerful aura. His hands split open the sky, and with a stomp of his feet, terrifying cracks spread for thousands of miles. His strength was even more terrifying than Ouyang Feng's. Not only that, but when he opened and closed his palms, a huge golden condor rapidly appeared. Accompanying it was an extremely ferocious aura. Divine Condor Palm. With a palm strike, the huge golden condor swooped down and clawed at the void. Its golden wings were like 2 heavenly blades that instantly cut open the bodies of the 2 kings. When this huge golden condor appeared, even the 3 experts behind Lu Mingyue retreated continuously. They didn't dare to face it head-on. Lu Mingyue snorted lightly, and the chaotic aura on her body flickered rapidly. Chapter 1785. Boom. In the next moment, the divine eagle was already above Lu Mingyue. With a terrifying aura, it rushed down quickly. The aura was too terrifying. It was as if it could pierce through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. In the blink of an eye, the divine eagle was close to Lu Mingyue. Lu Mingyue's body remained motionless like a pine tree. However, the chaotic aura on her body was spreading rapidly. As a result, the void around her instantly turned into a state of chaos. The divine eagle landed in the chaos and slowed down. It was as if it had entered a swamp. The divine eagle kept struggling. Its body glowed with a terrifying aura. However, it could not break free from the chaotic aura. The corners of Lu Mingyue's lips curled up slightly. She lifted her jade-like hand and pointed out gently. Then, a terrifying chaotic light instantly pierced through the divine condor's shadow like lightning. The burly man in front of her trembled and spat out blood. His ultimate move was broken and he was severely injured. In the next moment, his bell-like eyes stared at Lu Mingyue in horror. Because this woman was really too terrifying. She actually broke his ultimate move with just a raise of her hand. Just how powerful was she? He did not dare to imagine. Therefore, he did not dare to stay any longer. His body flashed and he quickly escaped with the check beside him. You want to leave? Lu Mingyue snorted and was about to give chase. However, in the next moment, she stopped. She frowned and looked to the right. Who is it? Come out. She realized that someone was spying on her. Moreover, this spying was very discreet. If she did not have a rare treasure on her, she would not have realized that someone was spying on her. You can see us? There was no one in the void. However, a voice suddenly sounded. This voice was filled with surprise. In the next moment, 2 figures appeared. It was Lin Xian and Gu Santong. Gu Santong was shocked. He was surprised that Lu Mingyue could detect his presence. Lin Xian was also shocked. Based on the situation just now, Lu Mingyue's strength was too terrifying. Moreover, she could detect their presence. It had to be said that it was indeed surprising. What? It's you. Lu Mingyue was also shocked. She knew that someone was spying on her, but she didn't expect it to be Lin Xian. What made her even more nervous was that there was a young man standing beside Lin Xian. Although his appearance was ordinary, the aura he emitted was simply too terrifying. Judging from the other party's aura, the spatial concealment earlier could very well be the other party's doing. This was too shocking. She didn't even know when the other party had arrived. If not for the necklace she had obtained from the ancient era's remnant, she would not have been able to discover the other party's presence. However, even with the ancient necklace, she could not accurately capture the other party. She could only sense that there were people around her. In the next moment, she stared at Gu Santong and asked coldly, "Who are you?" Gu Santong. Gu Santong said in a low voice, "You being able to discover my presence is indeed surprising. Could it be that you have some kind of treasure in your hands?" He was indeed very shocked, because even a powerful being might not be able to discover it. Since the other party was able to detect it, it meant that the other party definitely had a treasure in his possession. Gu Santong. Below, Lu Mingyue frowned when she heard the name. Although she had never heard of the other party, his surname was Gu, so she had to take him seriously. This was because the other party was very likely to be from a clan of the ancients. "I don't know what price this brat offered you to help him, but I can pay you double. Just don't attack." Lu Mingyue looked at Gu Santong and said quickly. Lin Xian, on the other hand, sneered, "Even now, you still want to poach me? You really know how to play. How dare you? Brat, surrender obediently. How dare you chase after me? You really don't know what's good for you." Behind Lu Mingyue, the three powerful challengers sneered. They stared at Lin Xian, their killing intent surging. Lin Xian snorted coldly and took a step forward. Instantly, the entire space began to tremble. Sword ripples appeared beneath his feet like ocean waves, causing the entire space to tremble. Accompanying them was a monstrous aura of the slaughter sword principle, shocking everyone. Boom boom. Behind Lu Mingyue, the three powerful challengers kept retreating. Their faces were filled with shock because at that moment, they even felt like they were on the verge of death. Their opponent's sword chi was too powerful, and they could not block it at all. At that moment, the three of them looked at Lin Xian in shock. Who was this person? Just one step from him was enough to make them tremble in fear? Lu Mingyue's expression was also cold. She waved her hand, and the chaos chi appeared, blocking the shocking killing intent. Only then did the three challengers behind her let out a sigh of relief. "No wonder you dared to chase after me. It turns out that your strength has increased as well." Lu Mingyue stared at Lin Xian, her eyes flashing. "I have to say, you are indeed surprising. In such a short period of time, your strength has increased so significantly. It seems that you have encountered some kind of opportunity. Unfortunately, during this period of time, not only have you improved, but I have as well. Now, you are no match for me at all." Lu Mingyue displayed a strong sense of confidence. "Cut the crap. Today, I will kill you with my sword." Lin Xian pulled out the 9 Darkness demonic sword. Boom. A great battle broke out. As soon as Lu Mingyue and Lin Xian exchanged blows, they displayed their powerful strength. Immediately, the entire void shook violently. At the same time, a terrifying space domain enveloped Lu Mingyue and the others. Their bodies stiffened, and they felt a strange power binding their bodies. D***, open. The three challengers roared crazily, and their bodies shone with light, resisting the space domain. However, it was difficult for them to move, as if they had entered a swamp. Chaos chi surged on Lu Mingyue's body, providing her with strong strength, allowing her to move. Although it was slow, it was beyond everyone's expectations. Lin Xian snorted. Gu Santong was his companion, so he was not affected at all in this space. His body was like lightning, and in an instant he was in front of Lu Mingyue, and the 9 Darkness demonic sword slashed forward. Clang. Lu Mingyue's pupils shrank. She wanted to retreat, but her speed was too slow, and she could not escape from the sword light. Therefore, at the critical moment, a blue shield appeared in her hand, and it instantly enlarged, blocking the shocking sword. The void shook, and a terrifying energy wave swept out in all directions. Using this opportunity, Lu Mingyue quickly retreated and pulled away from Lin Xian. You can actually block it. Looks like you have a lot of treasures. Lin Xian smiled. Chapter 1786. You managed to block it. Looks like you have a lot of treasures. Lin Xian smirked. But I don't know if you can block the next attack. He held the killing sword in his hand and walked forward again. Gu Santong waved his hand and used the space territory again, trying to imprison Lu Mingyue. However, at this moment, a bright light turned into a bolt of lightning and pierced towards Gu Santong. The light was too shocking. It was like a wild current, so fast that the whole place shook violently. Gu Santong was also shocked. He did not expect someone else to attack. Seeing this, his body swayed and completely merged into the void. The bright light pierced through the void and did not hit Gu Santong. However, it did not disappear. Instead, it stopped in midair, as if waiting. Sure enough, when Gu Santong appeared, the light chased after him again. It followed him like a shadow and would not stop until he was dead. Gu Santong dodged a few times, but he could not make the light disappear. He realized that the opponent seemed to have locked onto him. When Lin Xian saw this scene, he was extremely shocked. An expert, he immediately determined that the attacker was extremely powerful. He looked around, searching for the figure. It looked like the attack was not from Lu Mingyue. The three kings behind her could not possibly have such strength. There must be an expert hiding nearby. In the sky, the terrifying arrow turned into a bolt of lightning and chased after Gu Santong. Whenever Gu Santong appeared, he would be attacked. In the end, Gu Santong could only use the eternal banishment to banish the terrifying arrow. Only then did he reveal himself. Wind-chasing arrow. You are from the Wind tribe. Gu Santong's voice was serious. Wind tribe. Hearing this, Lu Mingyue and the three kings behind her were also shocked. This was also an extremely powerful tribe in the eastern wilderness. Although they had never produced a great emperor, their strength and resources were not inferior to the exceptional sanctuary. They did not expect a disciple of the Wind tribe to appear this time. Sure enough, a young man walked out from the forest in front of them. He was dressed in green and held a large green bough in his hand. His aura was extremely fierce. The light from before must have been released by him. Brother Feng, you really came? Lu Mingyue smiled when she saw this scene. With Feng Jiao's help to contain Lin Xian, she could definitely bring people to kill Lin Xian. Gu Santong said in a low voice, Brother Lin, be careful. The Wind Clan disciple in front is a little difficult to deal with. I can hold him back, but I'm afraid I won't be able to trap Lu Mingyue. However, leave the three kings behind her to me. All right. Lin Xian nodded. He wasn't afraid of fighting Lu Mingyue alone. Plus, he wanted to see just how strong this heaven's favored daughter was. In the next moment, Gu Santong used his space domain and swept the three kings beside Feng Jiao and Lu Mingyue into his domain. Only Lu Mingyue and Lin Xian were left in the arena. Despicable brat. Don't think you have any chance of winning in a one-on-one fight. In front of me, you don't even have the ability to fight back. Lu Mingyue's voice was cold as she stared at Lin Xian. The chaotic light on her body kept flashing, turning into a sharp light. Is that so? You can say that after you win. Lin Xian snorted and threw out a punch. The black fist rapidly enlarged. It was like a black mountain peak as it blasted forward at high speed. Terrifying energy filled the entire space, and countless small cracks even appeared in the void. Block it. Lu Mingyue also shouted as the chaotic qi around her body started to spin rapidly. The terrifying energy rushed out as if a god had been resurrected. It was extremely powerful. Streaks of chaotic light flew out and slashed at the black fist in front of her. The light flashed and was extremely sharp. Boom! There was an earth-shattering collision, and sparks flew everywhere. The two were evenly matched. No wonder you're so arrogant. You do have some strength. Lu Mingyue snorted. But your strength is not enough. As she spoke, her hands danced and gathered above her head. Suddenly, the chaotic qi in the sky kept rolling and formed a chaotic treasure bottle. Boom! The chaotic treasure bottle was raised high above Lu Mingyue's head and emitted a mysterious aura. In the next moment, streaks of bright light surged out from the wonton treasure bottle. They were like waves that swept towards Lin Xian. In an instant, the void shook violently as if it could not withstand such power. The wonton waves were too terrifying. They were like the Milky Way as they streaked across the sky and attacked Lin Xian fiercely. Buzz. Lin Xian felt the energy and his expression turned serious. He did not dare to be careless. He waved the demon sword, and a black sword chi swept out like a demon star. It was extremely terrifying. He wanted to slash the chaotic wave with his sword. The two collided in the air, and a bright light burst out. The energy storm swept out and alarmed everyone nearby. There were many kings fighting in this area, but when they felt the energy, everyone stopped fighting. They quickly looked over. Many of them even moved, wanting to see who was fighting. That was because the energy was too terrifying. Soon they realized that they were wrong. Many people ran away crazily, not daring to go and watch the battle. They could only hide behind the mountains and watch from afar. That was because as soon as they got close, a few kings were sent flying by the terrifying energy and were severely injured. The scene was too terrifying, so no one dared to get close. At the center of the energy vortex, two figures were constantly flashing about, quickly resisting this energy. Among them, Lin Xian let out a long roar. His eyes shone brightly, and the terrifying sword chi on his body swept out, shattering all the energy waves. Not only that, but black flames also quickly condensed on his body and jumped. He was like a god of death, extremely fierce. At that moment, Lin Xian was like a god of war, ruling over the world. Opposite him, Lu Mingyue's body was wrapped in chaotic chi, making her look like an immortal. She was extremely ethereal and contained a powerful killing intent. Her expression was extremely serious, and she no longer had the mockery from before. That was because after two exchanges, she could clearly feel that her opponent was indeed very powerful. It was beyond her expectations. "Kid, you've surprised me. You're worthy of my full strength." Lu Mingyue's voice was ethereal but incomparably cold. "I don't care what tricks you have. Just bring it on." Lin Xian shouted loudly. His voice was earth-shattering, and the terrifying energy turned into a thunderous sound that rolled out. Buzz! Not only was the sound sharp, but it also contained a soul attack. It could be said to be extremely strange. Lu Mingyue kept retreating, trying to dodge. At the same time, a blue necklace on her body bloomed with light, forming a blue ripple that turned into a blue barrier in front of her. Chapter 1787. Blocked it. "You really have a treasure," Lin Xian coldly snorted. When Lu Mingyue had discovered Gu Santong, he had already guessed that she had a treasure on her. Now, it seemed that his guess was correct. After dodging the terrifying soul attack, Lu Mingyue's figure fluttered like a deity as she rapidly pulled apart the distance between them. At the same time, two resplendent balls of light appeared in her hands. They formed a terrifying energy that rushed forward and engaged in an intense battle with Lin Xian. The battle between the two was very intense and extremely dangerous. Every move could kill a six-star king. It could be said that they were extremely powerful. For a time, the entire space was filled with terrifying killing intent. No one dared to approach. Lu Mingyue's body swayed as energy surged from her body. She was indeed very powerful. The All Beginnings Holy Ground was an extremely terrifying holy ground. As a genius disciple, Lu Mingyue was even more powerful. She had practiced the primal chaos technique to a superb level. It could be said that there were very few people in the younger generation who could contend against this terrifying primal chaos technique. However, what shocked Lu Mingyue was that her opponent was actually able to contend against it. Just how powerful was her opponent? He was actually able to contend against all of her attacks? Moreover, even now, Lu Mingyue still didn't know which sect he belonged to. However, those swift and fierce attacks made her feel extremely apprehensive. Indeed, although Lin Xian didn't belong to any sect, he possessed the Great Dragon Sword Soul. The Great Dragon Sword Soul was one of the 5 swords of the world. It was an offensive saint technique. Therefore, Lin Xian's combat strength was extremely powerful. Moreover, he could simulate everything. This made Lin Xian not only powerful, but he also had many moves. Therefore, even though Lu Mingyue was a genius disciple of the All Beginnings Holy Ground, she couldn't defeat Lin Xian. Primal Chaos Technique. Lu Mingyue laughed as her body blossomed with light. This Primal Chaos Technique was one of the All Beginnings Holy Ground's ultimate techniques. It had the power to split apart heaven and earth. It was incomparably terrifying. As for Lin Xian, he used the Great Dragon Sword Soul to contend against this terrifying secret technique. He waved his sword. Immediately, numerous terrifying figures appeared on the sword's edge and filled the sky. Boundless light surged forward. Boom! Primal Chaos Sword! Lu Mingyue shouted. Primal Chaos swords appeared in her hand and pierced through the void. All of the demonic beasts in front of him were pierced through. Not only that, but those terrifying sword lights also stabbed viciously towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. He waved his long sword, and a terrifying aura rolled out. Suddenly, the wonton swords that filled the sky were all cut apart. Not only that, Lin Xian's demonic sword continued to enlarge. Like a huge black mountain, it shrouded the front, wanting to suppress Lu Mingyue. Above his left hand, endless flames soared into the sky, and terrifying black flames surged out. It turned into a black phoenix and circled around his finger. Boom! Boom! The great battle between the two shook the heavens and the earth. Terrifying energies bombarded each other continuously. At this moment, no matter how strong Lin Xian and Lu Mingyue were, under the constant bombardment of this energy, they suffered quite a few injuries. Both of them were bleeding profusely. However, no one retreated, because retreating meant failure. They attacked as if they had gone mad. Every move was terrifying beyond compare. Everywhere they passed, the ground sank, mountains collapsed, and forests were quickly turned into ashes. This battle had alarmed all the kings. However, all the warriors who were not fighting had seen this scene. Then, their scalps went numb, and they did not dare to go near. At this moment, Lu Mingyue waved her arm, and a round beast skin quickly appeared above her, and it kept enlarging. It was the skin of a demonic beast. She did not know what species it was, but it emitted a terrifying aura. Not only that, but the demonic runes carved on the beast's skin were abnormally terrifying. The beast's skin kept enlarging, covering the entire sky, and the demonic aura that hung down swept towards Lin Xian. It wanted to refine him. This was a terrifying beast skin that Lu Mingyue had found in an ancient ruin. This was an ancient demonic beast, and a terrifying demon king. When it was alive, it had already reached the almighty level. Although it was dead, the terrifying power on its skin was not something that ordinary kings could resist. In an instant, the entire space was sealed, and Lin Xian was in danger. Although it was dangerous, Lin Xian did not panic at all. He flipped his left hand, and the thousand beast cauldron appeared in his palm, floating up and down. Shaking the thousand beast cauldron, Lin Xian shot out rays of terrifying black light into the sky, resisting the demonic aura. Although it was a beast skin, it was still taken from a demonic beast, and the thousand beast cauldron had a strong restraining effect on demonic beasts. Indeed, it did not take long for the demonic aura to be neutralized by the thousand beast cauldron. Not only that, but the black light emitted by the thousand beast cauldron also hit the terrifying beast skin. Suddenly, the ancient beast's skin shrunk rapidly, and even a charred area appeared on it. "Humph, show me what you have," Lin Xian said coldly. "Damn it." Lu Mingyue's face darkened. She did not expect Lin Xian to be able to neutralize her attack so easily. Especially that small black cauldron, it made her feel a sense of trepidation. "Damn brat, don't be so smug. You've only neutralized one of my attacks. Is that so? How many attacks do you have? Come on, I'll take them all." Lin Xian laughed coldly, and then he waved his fist. An extremely violent force surged out from his body. World-destroying Black Dragon Fist. Suddenly, a black aura filled the air, and a strong wind blew. The terrifying shadow of a black dragon appeared on Lin Xian's fist, suppressing the void and roaring in the world. Lin Xian's fists were too terrifying, as if they could destroy everything and suppress everything in the world. Bang! Lu Mingyue was sent flying by the punch, and she vomited blood. Her blue dress was dyed red. The violent punch made Lu Mingyue's face turn ugly, and she quickly retreated. The chaotic aura appeared on her body, healing her injuries. At the same time, she took out 2 red pills and swallowed them quickly. That punch had caused Lu Mingyue to be severely injured, and she had to recover quickly. Not only that, but she was also shocked. Lin Xian's punch was too terrifying, as if it could destroy everything. Even she did not dare to take it head-on. It could be said that this was the most dangerous battle that Lu Mingyue had ever encountered. No matter how strong her previous opponents were, she could easily neutralize them. But now Lin Xian was too dangerous for her. Even if she used all her strength, she might not be able to suppress Lin Xian. On the other hand, Lin Xian became more and more courageous as he fought. Although he was also hit by the chaotic aura and chaotic light, causing many wounds to appear on his body, and blood had even dyed his body red. However, his eyes were incomparably bright. Chapter 1788. Moreover, his combat strength was constantly increasing as if there was no limit. The dragon sword realm flew out and merged with the 9 darkness demonic sword. This sword was extremely powerful and Lu Mingyue could not resist it at all. She could only spit out blood and fly out again. This was after Lu Mingyue had used 7 or 8 defensive barriers at the critical moment. Otherwise, if she had been hit by this sword, she would have been cut in half. Impossible, I don't believe it. Lu Mingyue's face was pale as she gritted her teeth. The chaotic aura on her body was even more dazzling and a terrifying Earth-class treasure appeared in her hand. However, not long after, she was sent flying again and her injuries were even more serious. She could not believe it at all. Because with her current combat strength, other than the wavering light sacred ground and Yi Wu Dao, no one else could suppress her. However, this young man in front of her was able to injure her severely. This was too shocking. Kid, just you wait. This is not over. She knew that she had lost to him this time. However, she was not satisfied and wanted to leave. She wanted to wait for her cultivation to increase before fighting with him again. You want to leave? Lin Xian snorted. You think you can leave? Seeing that Lu Mingyue was trying to escape, Lin Xian snorted and attacked decisively. This was such a good opportunity. How could he let her escape? The dragon sword realm quickly surged out and countless sword chi flew forward. Boom! Lu Mingyue was instantly enveloped. The sword chi also changed and formed a sword chi cage, trapping Lu Mingyue completely. In the next moment, Lin Xian came to Lu Mingyue's side. At the same time, the battle on the other side had also ended. Lu Mingyue's 3 kings fell from the void and their bodies were pierced. As for the young man from the Wind tribe, his body flashed and he fled into the distance. The void rippled and Gu Santong flew towards Lin Xian. He looked extremely calm. It seemed that the previous battle was easy for him. Humph! Kill me if you can. Lu Mingyue was caught by the other party and said through gritted teeth. You think I don't dare? Lin Xian sneered and pointed his sword at the other party's heart. But then his lips curled into a cold smile. Wouldn't it be a pity to kill such a beautiful woman like you? Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, Lu Mingyue's eyes were filled with fear. She asked in a trembling voice, What do you want? Let me tell you, if you dare to mess around, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Become a ghost? I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Lin Xian raised his hand and shot out several rays of sharp sword chi into his opponent's body. I'm lacking a maid. You can be my maid. Lin Xian laughed. With a wave of his hand, he blew away the sword chi. He wasn't afraid of his opponent running away. He had placed a powerful seal in his opponent's body. This kind of seal was something he learned from the dragon sword's secret art. Its power was extremely powerful. No one below the almighty level would be able to break it. Unless the other party found an almighty who was not suppressed, or broke through to the almighty level, they would be able to break the seal. However, it was not easy to become an almighty. Moreover, in this space, all the almighty-level experts were suppressed. They were unable to display their full strength. Therefore, no one here could break the seal on Lu Mingyue's body. Of course, Lin Xian was the only exception. "Damned fellow, kill me if you have the ability." Lu Mingyue gnashed her teeth. She discovered that she was unable to mobilize the energy in her body. What was even more infuriating was that the other party actually wanted her to be a maid. Who was she? She was a proud daughter of heaven, an outstanding genius of the All-Beginnings Holy Land. She might even become the disciple of the saintess. According to the sect's original plan, after leaving this place, Lu Mingyue would return to the All-Beginnings Holy Land and become the new saintess. But they never imagined that something like this would happen. She was actually captured by the other party and made into a maid. If this matter were to spread out, he wouldn't be able to live anymore. Lin Xian lifted Lu Mingyue's chin and said with a smile, "As a maid, you should have the awareness of being a maid. I advise you not to act blindly without thinking. Otherwise, your end will be very miserable." To the side, Gu Santong was also stunned. He originally thought that Lin Xian would kill Lu Mingyue on the spot. He never imagined that Lin Xian would actually take her as a maid. What a good idea! Since they had captured Lu Mingyue, Lin Xian and Gu Santong didn't continue fighting. Instead, they went to a safe place and calmly waited for the battle to end. The battle continued for an entire night. Then, it came to an end. This time, the battle was even more intense than the previous Great Purge. Because everyone had broken through, everyone was unconvinced and wanted to fight for the greatest benefits. The result was obvious. Blood dyed the forest red, and the pungent smell of blood wafted through the air. In this battle, the original balance had been broken. The majority of the kings had been killed, and only a few peak powers had survived. For example, the powers that Yi Wudao and the Alcade Saint's son were in, as well as the other powers, including Lu Mingyue's Bright Moon organization, had all been destroyed. Presumably, it wouldn't be long before the remaining kings and sovereigns would find a new balance and continue to survive. When someone broke through again, perhaps the balance would be broken again. However, that would be a matter for a long time. Presumably, such a huge battle wouldn't happen in the near future. Lin Xian, Gu Santong, and Lu Mingyue set off towards the depths of the forest. Not long after, another change occurred in the forest. Because of the countless kings that had been injured yesterday, the entire ground was dyed red. However, at this moment, no one noticed that the blood on the ground was flowing towards the sea of bones in the depths of the forest. In an instant, the blood flowed into the sea of bones, and the entire sea of bones changed. A terrifying aura quickly spread out from the sea of bones. Then, a murderous aura filled the sky, forming countless dark clouds in the sky. Boom! The dark clouds gathered, and huge lightning bolts struck continuously. It was as if the world was about to end. Not only that, but shadows appeared in the sea of bones. Some were like gods of war, some were tall demons, and some were terrifying beasts. The dead beasts and peerless experts all seemed to have been revived at this moment. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying aura blasted out in all directions. At this moment, all the surviving kings in the forest saw them. Everyone raised their heads and looked into the distance. They were shocked. Looking at this scene, their minds went blank. Lin Xian, Gu Santong, and Lu Mingyue also stopped in their tracks. Looking at the terrifying scene in the distance, their expressions were extremely solemn. What's going on? The sea of bones is changing again? Lin Xian's expression was ugly. The last shocking change had happened in the sea of bones. That time, a terrifying white bone giant had appeared. Its strength had reached the almighty level, and it had swept through everything. Chapter 1789. Let's go take a look. In an instant, the three of them made their move and rushed towards the sea of bones. They weren't the only ones. The remaining warriors in the forest also rushed towards the sea of bones. They wanted to see what was going on. Otherwise, they wouldn't be at ease. When they arrived near the sea of bones again, Everyone was stunned. They were shocked by the scene before them. The terrifying lightning was like a heavenly tribulation and could even kill mighty figures. And in the center of the sea of bones, there were phantom spirits floating around, making one's scalp tingle. The terrifying aura made one tremble, as if some peerless demon king had awakened. It had an ancient desolate aura. What a terrifying scene! Could it be that those ancient creatures have come back to life? Gu Santong's expression was solemn. It's fresh blood. Lu Mingyue's face was pale. As a woman, she was more observant, so she noticed that the surrounding fresh blood was being absorbed into the sea of bones. After this reminder, Lin Xian and Gu Santong also noticed this, and their expressions turned solemn. Thinking about it, it was because of the previous battle that the Sea of Bones had undergone such a shocking change. And this time, the battle was even more terrifying than the previous one, and more blood had been spilled. If all the fresh blood was absorbed by the Sea of Bones, who knew what would happen? More and more dark clouds appeared in the sky, as if they were about to fall. The aura from the Sea of Bones became more and more terrifying. Even top young prodigies like Lin Xian, Gu Santong, the Alcade Sage, and Yi Wudao couldn't take it. And the mighty figures whose cultivations had been suppressed also looked solemn as they stared ahead. Boom boom boom. Just then, the Sea of Bones in front of them made a low sound. Is that the skeleton giant coming out? The surrounding kings were shocked. They couldn't forget the scene from last time, when the terrifying skeleton giant was like a demon. With a wave of its hand, it could easily crush any king below the level of mighty figure. Many were even prepared to run. But in the next moment, they were stunned. Because what was coming out wasn't the skeleton giant from before, but an extremely terrifying aura. Then, a huge skeleton palace slowly rose from the bottom of the Sea of Bones, floating in the sky. What's going on? Everyone was stunned at this moment. They looked at the scene in front of them, not daring to believe it. It was as if they were dreaming. Was it all an illusion? Lin Xian was also shocked. He activated the great dragon sword soul in his body, and a mysterious light flickered in his eyes. But in the next moment, his frown deepened. Regardless of whether it was the great dragon sword soul or the heavenly secret god eye, both of them could break through illusions. As long as it was an illusion, he would be able to see through it. But now, the scene in front of him didn't change. In other words, the scene before his eyes was not a fantasy. Instead, it was real. A huge palace made of white bones rose from the bottom of the forest. It was simply too inconceivable. The palace made of white bones ahead was enormous, emitting a desolated aura. The city walls and gates were all made of bones. It was 300 meters tall and incomparably terrifying. It was grander than any city Lin Xian had ever seen. Not only that, but the white bone city walls were also filled with sword scars, as if they had experienced countless battles. On top of that, it emitted an aura of vicissitudes. Could this be the Antiquity City? Lin Xian was extremely shocked. Everyone's eyes flickered, as if they were facing a great enemy. Boom boom boom. After the palace made of white bones appeared, the lightning in the sky became even more violent. It was like a mad dragon, constantly descending and surrounding the palace. Buzz. But at this moment, the huge sword in the Sea of Bones suddenly emitted light, forming a huge sword shadow that slashed towards the palace in the sky. Mysterious Tao inscriptions appeared beside the black sword shadow. They carried a terrifying aura as if they wanted to suppress the white bone palace again. Buzz. But the palace had already appeared, how could it go back? So in the next moment, the huge palace emitted a terrifying aura, and terrifying runes surrounded it. A white light shot up into the sky, resisting the black sword light. Black and white lights flashed, but there was no violent collision. Perhaps it was a different kind of battle that no one could understand. In any case, Lin Xian felt that the surroundings were enveloped by the black and white light. The surroundings were quiet, and no sound could be heard. In fact, he could not even feel the existence of the other kings. This situation lasted for a period of time before it gradually dissipated. In the sky, the huge sword stopped attacking, and the runes around the palace shone even brighter. Not only that, but the enormous white bone gate was also slowly opening. Crack, crack, crack. A deep sound was heard, as if a pair of invisible hands were controlling everything. In the sky, the terrifying lightning became denser, forming a net of electricity that constantly intertwined. The kings in the surroundings held their breaths as they stared at the scene in front of them. They wanted to know what was inside the palace. Was it a great opportunity or treasure? Or was it something else? Boom. Finally, the two huge doors of white bones were completely opened, and a cold aura surged out, sweeping in all directions. Everyone could feel the aura, and they trembled as if their lives were being taken away. Boom. In the next moment, light rushed out of their bodies to resist the aura of death. Lin Xian also surrounded himself with sword intent, slashing away all the aura of death around him. At the same time, he narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. Then he was extremely shocked, because through the open door, he could see some of the situation inside. At the door, there were figures lined up neatly in a square formation. They wore ancient armor, and their expressions were solemn. They did not move, and there was no fluctuation of aura on them, as if they were terracotta soldiers. Damn, are these the burial items of some important person? The dark red dragon looked at the scene, and his scalp went numb. Burial items? What's going on? Lin Xian was confused, and even Gu Santong and Lu Mingyue were shocked. The dark red dragon said, "In the ancient times, when those peerless and terrifying people died, they had a habit. They will use some experts as funerary objects to be buried with them in the imperial mausoleum. It's said that some of the dynasties in Middle Ground often do this. Those dynasties are not ordinary countries, but each of them is comparable to the clan of the ancients and the peerless sacred grounds. Their kings are extremely terrifying." Chapter 1790. The monarchs of those dynasties are incomparably terrifying. It can be said that the dynasties are the most terrifying powers in the central continent. It is said that a long time ago, there was a great Qin dynasty. When their monarch died, he buried 50,000 kings with him. What? 50,000 kings? Buried with him? Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. This method was too heaven-shaking. Lu Mingyue also seemed to have never heard of such a thing. Thus, she frowned and said, "This doesn't conform to common sense. If so many kings were buried with him, wouldn't his dynasty's strength be greatly reduced?" Indeed, his strength would be greatly reduced. However, his foundation wouldn't be damaged. For those dynasties and your peerless holy lands, what decides their fate isn't the kings. Instead, it's your so-called foundation. I think you know this better than me. Lu Mingyue fell silent. Indeed, their all-beginnings holy land had some terrifying foundations. If they were to release them, they would definitely shock the world. Of course, it wasn't just the all-beginnings holy land. All the other peerless holy lands and ancient aristocratic families had such foundations. At this time, the dark red dragon continued, "Of course, this isn't because of personal preference. It's because of a legend. According to the legend, no matter how powerful an expert is, as long as they die, they will go to hell. And those monarchs hope to bring some elites into hell. Then, they will kill their way back to the mortal world and be reborn. That's why they bring so many powerful kings with them before they die." What? There's such a legend? Lin Xian felt his scalp go numb. The dark red dragon's voice was grave. For the sake of longevity, some people are willing to do anything. Gu Santong's eyes flickered. He looked ahead and muttered to himself. Could it be that the Palace of White Bones is the tomb of a peerless expert? And those silhouettes are the so-called funerary objects? Not only that, but the following scene was even more shocking. More and more black clouds appeared in the sky. The lightning became even more berserk. At this time, rain started to fall from the sky. However, this wasn't ordinary rain. Instead, it was a rain of blood. It was exceptionally scarlet and dazzling. The rain of blood fluttered down, shocking everyone and making their scalps go numb. They even hurriedly raised their energy barriers to resist the rain of blood. They didn't know what kind of terrifying result this rain of blood would have when it landed on their bodies. because they had never encountered such a situation before. At this moment, the kings who were still alive stopped fighting. They were all pacing back and forth near the sea of bones, abnormally silent. Gu Santong's eyes flickered as well. He said in a low voice, "I've read in the ancient books of my family that this phenomenon would only occur when a saint had fallen." "Sage." Lu Mingyue cried out in surprise when she heard this. She had almost forgotten that she had been held captive by Lin Xian because the scene in front of her was too shocking. However, the dark red dragon added, "Not just an ordinary saint, but a saint who has reached an extremely terrifying realm. The death of an ordinary saint would not be able to achieve such a terrifying effect. Could it be that there's a terrifying figure hidden in the White Bone Demon Palace?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xian and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Could this White Bone Palace be related to the ceiling of the Tilted Moon Profound World? No matter how much everyone thought about it, this was the only conclusion they could come up with. However, Lin Xian suddenly frowned and looked behind him. In the next moment, an abnormally sorry figure was running towards them from the forest behind them. That figure was covered in blood and his aura was extremely chaotic. When he saw Lin Xian, he was stunned. However, when he saw Lu Mingyue standing beside Lin Xian, he cried out in alarm. "Senior sister." Lu Mingyue was also surprised. She asked, "What happened to you? Why are you so heavily injured?" "Senior sister, please take revenge for us." The injured youth knelt on the ground and crazily roared. "Revenge?" Lu Mingyue's lips twitched. She was already a captive, so how could she take revenge? However, she still asked in a low voice. "Who injured you? Weren't you the one who established your own organization? Where are the others?" This youth covered in blood was also a disciple of the All Beginnings Holy Land. He wasn't together with Lu Mingyue. Instead, he had established his own organization. Since he was able to establish his own organization and was also a disciple of the All Beginnings Holy Land, he definitely wasn't weak. But now he was in an extremely sorry state. Hearing Lu Mingyue's words, that disciple clenched his teeth and said, "Our alliance was completely annihilated. It was the Wavering Light Saint's son. He easily annihilated our alliance. Not only that, he even killed Senior Brother Pei with a single palm strike." What? He killed Senior Brother Pei with a single palm strike. Lu Mingyue was shocked. She hadn't expected the Wavering Light Saint's son to be so terrifying. Senior Brother Pei was also from the same sect as him. His cultivation was a peak 5-star king, and his strength had already reached the level of a 6-star king. She hadn't expected that such a terrifying person would be killed by the Wavering Light Saint's son with a single palm strike. One had to admit that this was truly unbelievable. On the side, Lin Xian and Gu Santong were also silent. They discovered that the Wavering Light Saint's son was even more terrifying than they had imagined. "Senior sister, you must take revenge for us." The kneeling youth quickly crawled forward, wanting to approach Lu Mingyue. Lu Mingyue also couldn't bear it and wanted to help him up. However, at this moment, Lin Xian frowned. His eyes shone brightly. Then, he grabbed Lu Mingyue and retreated. "What are you doing?" Lu Mingyue didn't understand what Lin Xian was trying to do. However, in the next moment, she was stunned. This was because the body of the kneeling youth in front of her suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Then it exploded. This energy was too violent. It wasn't inferior to the self-destruction of an Earth-grade treasure. The terrifying energy turned into a raging tide, enveloping Lin Xian and the other two. At this moment, Gu Santong moved. He slid his finger, and suddenly, a huge black crack appeared in front of the three of them. It was like a gate to hell. Boom, boom, boom. The energy in front of them all surged into this crack. This process lasted for a long time. When the light in the sky disappeared, Gu Santong's body was covered in cold sweat. This kind of energy transfer consumed too much of his energy. Even he couldn't bear it. Therefore, when the energy in the sky disappeared, Gu Santong immediately swallowed a few recovery pills to recover his strength. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. It was too dangerous just now. He had almost been hit by the energy. If he had been hit, no matter how strong he was, he would have been severely injured. This was because that kind of self-destruction was too terrifying. Chapter 1791. She wasn't a weakling. With her eyesight, she could naturally see that the wavering light sage had done something to the youth kneeling on the ground. No matter who that youth encountered, he would probably self-destruct. As for a heavily injured All Beginnings Holy Land cultivator, who could he look for? He would definitely look for someone from the All Beginnings Holy Land. If that was the case, many of the All Beginnings Holy Land's experts would be injured when that youth self-destructed. The wavering light sage's thoughts were truly vicious. At the side, the dark red dragon also felt a lingering fear. Brat, you must be careful when you encounter the wavering light sage in the future. The other party was simply too terrifying. The dark red divine dragon was right. This kind of powerful, decisive, and meticulous scheming person would definitely make everyone feel incomparably fearful. Even Lin Xian felt an enormous threat from this enemy that he had never seen before. The terrifying scene ahead was still ongoing. The White Bone Palace's aura was becoming more and more terrifying. The surrounding kings had no choice but to patiently wait for the final transformation to complete. They didn't have anywhere to go, and they didn't feel at ease leaving this place. Therefore, the majority of them decided to set up camp here. Lin Xian, Gu Santong, and the Dark Red Dragon discussed for a while before deciding to set up camp here as well. However, the place they chose was extremely remote. With Lin Xian and Gu Santong's strength, they would be able to rush over immediately if something happened ahead. Moreover, this would also prevent the other experts from looking at them with hostility. However, Lu Mingyue wasn't so lucky. She was really used as a maid. In the past few days, she had been helping Lin Xian serve tea, pour water, roast meat, and other miscellaneous tasks. In any case, she had done all the tasks that a servant would do. This made her feel as though she was going crazy. However, for the sake of survival, she endured it. Even Gu Santong was speechless. If someone were to see this scene, they would definitely be shocked. The proud daughter of the All Beginnings Holy Land had actually been reduced to a prisoner and a maid. This was simply too inconceivable. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. It seems that you are not only talented in martial arts, but you are also very attentive as a maid. Like this, they waited for another 3 or 4 days. However, there weren't any changes in the White Bone Palace. It was still floating quietly in the sky. Lin Xian and Gu Santong waited silently, but there was someone who could not wait any longer. On this day, a few experts had a discussion and actually made a bold suggestion. They actually wanted to enter the Palace of Bones and check it out. The reason for that was because many people discovered that the Palace of Bones seemed to be the tomb of some grand individual. For such a peerless figure, there might be divine treasures buried in the cemetery. Therefore, they wanted to investigate. It wasn't just 1 or 2 people who had this idea, because these days, no unusual changes had been discovered in the White Bone field. Coupled with their greed, they decided to take a risk. Immediately, a dozen or so king tiers responded and decided to follow him to investigate. However, the other warriors were still watching. Although the Bone Palace didn't mutate again, the aura it was emitting made their hair stand on end. In front of them, around 15 or 16 kings moved their bodies and rushed upwards at high speed. What are they trying to do? The Dark Red Dragon saw this and felt his scalp go numb. Lin Xian and Gu Santong also saw what was happening. Their expressions were grave. They did not expect that someone would be so bold as to try to investigate the Palace of Bones above them. At this moment, all the surrounding kings looked up at the sky. In the sky, the dozen or so kings moved like lightning and arrived near the White Bone Palace in an instant. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The leader of the group was a middle-aged man. He flew up into the sky and continued to fly forward. He was getting closer and closer to the White Bone Palace. Buzz. In the next moment, he stepped onto the White Bone construction site and stood on top of a giant white bone. He's going up. Everyone held their breaths when they saw this scene. As for the middle-aged man, he was also extremely excited. He looked at the white bone gate in front of him, took a deep breath, and stepped out. Boom! In the next moment, a shocking change occurred. The middle-aged man in the sky aged rapidly in an instant. In the next moment, he turned into a pile of white bones. Lala! The bones all over his body fell to the ground. What? Everyone's eyes widened when they saw this. They couldn't believe that a 6-star king had turned into a pile of white bones in an instant. What kind of technique is this? It's too terrifying. Everyone was stunned. Even Lin Xian was astonished. Gu Santong's expression turned serious. Could it be the power of time? The power of time? What's that? Lin Xian asked with a frown. Space is king, time is king. If someone can control space, there will naturally be someone who can control time. To age a king instantly and turn into a pile of white bones, this is definitely the power of time. What? This is the power of time. Lin Xian was also shocked when he heard this. He naturally knew what this meant. Among the 3,000 great Daos, time could be said to be the most mysterious and strange. He had never heard of anyone who could control the laws of time, because it was simply too heaven-defying. If one could control time, they could change time and space and even become immortal. With a wave of their hand, they could turn everyone into white bones and bring people back to life. This kind of remarkable ability was shocking enough. However, since ancient times, very few people had been able to control this kind of power. As for whether those great emperors had mastered this kind of power, they did not know. But now, in this palace of bones, the power of time had appeared. It was simply too shocking. In the sky, after the middle-aged king had turned into a pile of white bones, the remaining kings saw this scene and felt their scalps go numb. They no longer dared to approach the palace of bones. Everyone moved and fled into the distance. However, at this moment, the palace of bones counterattacked. It seemed to have come to life, blooming with an incomparably pure white light on the city wall. Boom, boom, boom. More than a dozen streaks of light turned into divine rainbows and instantly pierced through all the kings in the sky. It was as easy as cutting through tofu. They've all been killed. When the surrounding warriors saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. Many of them felt lucky that they did not follow along. Otherwise, they would probably have been killed by now. However, this luck quickly disappeared. This was because a low voice suddenly came from the Palace of Bones. The voice was very strange and they could not tell what it was. It sounded like the roar of a demon beast, but also like the sound of some kind of weapon. This voice carried an unparalleled pressure. As soon as it appeared, all the surrounding kings trembled. Even Gu Santong had been affected. Chapter 1792. Lin Xian was also affected. However, the great dragon sword soul in his body suddenly spun rapidly, emitting a sharp aura. It enveloped Gu Santong, Lu Mingyue, and the dark red dragon. In an instant, the terrifying feeling disappeared. In another direction, Yi Wudao's body shone brightly. He was like a god of war. A golden lotus appeared behind him, resisting the unparalleled pressure. In the distance, there was also a man shining brightly. 108 halos appeared around his body, making him look like a Buddha. He was extremely terrifying. In addition, the powerful beings were also resisting, but they could not withstand it. Fortunately, the voice was very short and disappeared as soon as it appeared. When the voice disappeared, everyone felt as if they had collapsed. Their bodies were drenched in sweat. Although the trembling voice had disappeared, the situation didn't improve. Because after the voice, the skeletons in the sea of bones below suddenly began to tremble. Kakaka! Countless bones quickly floated up and gathered together, forming many skeletal creatures that quickly recovered. Seeing this, everyone's scalps went numb and they kept retreating. Lin Xian and Gu Santong brought Lu Mingyue to a mountain peak and looked down. In the sea of bones below, countless skeletal creatures were resurrected, and they began to move. They formed a terrifying army of skeletons. What's going on? Are the gates of hell opening? Everyone was trembling. They didn't understand. What kind of terrifying changes were taking place? Lin Xian's expression was also serious. This scene was too strange. It seemed that the Palace of Skeletons had a mysterious power that revived the entire sea of bones. But what would happen next? If the skeletons attacked them, things would be troublesome. Indeed, in the next moment, the army of skeletons below began to move in all directions. Some of them even attacked the human kings. They're really attacking. Lin Xian's mouth twitched. He led his people and retreated again. The surrounding kings also retreated. Although they were strong, they could not withstand the attack of so many skeletons. Moreover, there was a terrifying palace of skeletons above them. Who knew what would happen? Therefore, they did not dare to fight and retreated into the forest. Boom! At this moment, a king had actually made his move. An elder retreated instead of advancing. His terrifying palm slapped out, sweeping across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, directly shattering many of the skeletal creatures in front of him. What terrifying strength! Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Meanwhile, the old man raised his head and laughed heartily. Haha, my power has been restored. In the next moment, a shocking aura erupted from his body. Terrifying energy shook heaven and earth. Almighty! This is the power of an Almighty. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the Almighty to recover his strength at this time. Could it be because of the Palace of Bones above? No one knew the reason, but they knew that some people were in danger. Sure enough, after the mighty figures recovered their strength, they scanned the surroundings, locked onto their targets, and decisively attacked. Because of the previous battle, their strength had been suppressed, so some of their allies had been killed. Now that their strength had recovered, they naturally wanted to take revenge. Boom! One of the old men chuckled coldly and shot toward Leaf Daudenier, apparently hoping to take advantage of the chaos to kill him. Boom! That elder brandished his fist, illuminating the entire sky. The terrifying power shattered the void, incomparably terrifying. This was the power of an Almighty, and it was fully displayed at this moment. In the crowd, Leaf Daudenier retreated rapidly, his entire body emitting a resplendent light. He turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly pulled away. You're courting death. At this moment, the void fluctuated, and a figure appeared, quickly punching that terrifying fist. You dare to attack my Yi family? Looks like you don't want to live anymore. It was a middle-aged man with an ordinary face, but the aura on his body was incomparably violent. Almighty! This middle-aged man was also an Almighty, and he was a warrior of the Yi family, who usually hid in the void to protect Leaf Daudenier. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't make a move unless it was a moment of life and death. But now that Leaf Daudenier was being chased by an Almighty, he finally came out. The two Almighties confronted each other, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. On the other side, a young man with 108 halos around his body flew through the void and into the distance. Behind him, a mysterious woman was also chasing. The mysterious woman's aura had also reached the Almighty realm. Alcade Sage. He's being chased as well. Many warriors exclaimed because they realized that the young man with the dazzling halos was the terrifying Alcade Sage. But they didn't expect that he was being chased by an Almighty as well. In addition, a few other prodigies were also being chased. Oh no. When Lin Xian saw this scene, his face turned gloomy. He said to Gu Santong, "Brother Gu, let's split up first. I feel like someone is going to kill me." With that, Lin Xian grabbed Lu Mingyue and threw her into the black earth. Then he used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps, turned into a stream of light, and quickly fled into the distance. That was because he felt that someone was watching him. Sure enough, in the next moment, an incomparably terrifying palm descended from the sky, directly blasting the place where Lin Xian was originally standing, shattering the void. "Kid, do you think you can escape?" An incomparably cold voice sounded. It was obvious that an Almighty had his eyes on Lin Xian. "Brother Lin." When Gu Santong saw this scene, his expression turned solemn and he wanted to help. But in the next moment, his body trembled as a wave of fear rose from his heart. He felt that the aura that was spying on him before had appeared again. And it seemed to be much stronger than before. Could it be that the other party was also an Almighty? Thinking of this, Gu Santong broke out in cold sweat. He used the void technique and instantly disappeared into the air. Boom boom boom. On the other side, Lin Xian was constantly shuttling through the forest. He didn't expect such a situation to happen. All the sealed almighties had recovered their strength. This wasn't good news for him. One had to know that he had previously killed many geniuses from the top sections. Now, those people would probably go crazy and chase after him. Sure enough, there was an almighty chasing after him. Fortunately, he had mastered the heavenly dragon's 8 steps, so his speed was not inferior to the almighty. Otherwise, he would have been killed long ago. Kid, let's see where you can run to. Behind him, the almighty's voice was cold. To be honest, he was extremely angry that he hadn't been able to catch up until now. In the next moment, he waved his sleeve, and the entire sky instantly turned black. A powerful cage sealed the surroundings. Lin Xian was also trapped here. Chapter 1793. The entire sky instantly darkened as a powerful cage sealed off the surroundings. Lin Xian was also trapped here. Kid, why don't you run? A red figure appeared in the void. It was a middle-aged man with a burly figure and red hair. His entire body emitted a violent aura. His aura was as deep as the sea. He was like a god of war, suppressing others until they could not breathe. However, Lin Xian's expression was cold. He was not affected by this aura. You can actually resist my aura? Kid, I see that you have quite a few treasures on you. The red-haired middle-aged man sneered. But it doesn't matter. Once I kill you, everything on you will be mine. Pumph. Lin Xian snorted. You're just taking advantage of your age. If we're in the same generation, I'll kill you like a dog. Indeed, Lin Xian was only in his 20s. The red-haired man was probably over 800 years old. He might even be an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. Even if Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul, it would be difficult to make up for the difference in age. It's useless for you to say so much. You can't run away today. The red-haired almighty sneered. If we're in the same level, I'll kill you like a dog. Lin Xian pointed his sword at the almighty. The red-haired almighty sneered. Kid, it's useless for you to say anything. As he spoke, he walked forward. One move. I only need one move to kill you. Even if you're a peerless genius, you're just an ant in my eyes. The red-haired almighty had a look of disdain on his face. Then, he slowly raised his palm and pressed it forward. Boom. The resplendent palm cut through the void. Light scattered in all directions and enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He felt that the palm was too terrifying. It was far beyond his ability to resist. He did not dare to take it head-on. He used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps to the extreme and quickly retreated. Boom. The palm hit nothing, but the aftermath of the energy hit Lin Xian, causing him to vomit blood. He felt as if all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. He actually dodged it? The red-haired almighty being squinted his eyes and stared at Lin Xian. Your footwork is very strange. It must be an extremely profound martial art. I didn't expect you to be able to master such a profound martial art. But it doesn't matter. When I catch you in a while, I naturally have a way to make you talk about this strange martial art. The red-haired almighty looked down at Lin Xian. He was like a cat toying with a mouse. He wasn't in a hurry to kill Lin Xian. Instead, he reached out his hand from time to time, causing Lin Xian to flee in a hurry. Ha! Peerless geniuses and young geniuses are nothing in front of me. The red-haired mighty figure laughed disdainfully. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression was abnormally cold. Although the previous palm strike did not hit him, the energy shockwave still caused him to suffer extremely serious internal injuries. All the bones in his body were about to fall apart, but he still kept moving. It couldn't be helped. This was the power of an almighty. It was simply too terrifying. He was still unable to resist at all. In front of him, the red-haired almighty seemed to have played enough. Therefore, he said coldly, "Kid, it's over." As he spoke, he reached out his 5 fingers and grabbed at Lin Xian. It was like a 5-finger mountain, and a resplendent light illuminated the entire sky. This scene was simply too terrifying. The endless light was just one person's palm. It covered the sky and the earth. It was unimaginable. Was this the power of an almighty? It was simply too terrifying. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He felt an unprecedented sense of danger. All the hair on his body stood on end. At this moment, he could no longer care about anything else. He had to use all his strength. A dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in front of him, and Lin Xian held it tightly. Not only that, but his eyes also shone brightly, and mysterious Tao patterns appeared. At this moment, Lin Xian sent out the great dragon sword soul and used the heavenly secret divine ability to find the flaw in the five-finger mountain. Finally, he found it. His entire body carried the dragon-shaped sword shadow and turned into a sharp ray of light, ruthlessly stabbing at the flaw. Sword light flashed as Lin Xian broke out of the encirclement, narrowly avoiding the palm strike. However, he still spat out a mouthful of blood. What? He actually dodged it. The red-haired almighty was extremely surprised. This time, he had planned to end the battle. However, he did not expect the other party to be able to dodge it. He had to admit that it was simply too surprising. One had to know that there was a world of difference between an almighty and an almighty. It could be said that it was an insurmountable gap. It was impossible to cross realms to fight. However, the young man in front of him was actually able to dodge his attack. It really surprised him. Moreover, the other party was able to find his flaw. That shocked him even more. Those eyes. In the next moment, when the red-haired almighty saw Lin Xian's golden eyes, he was completely stunned. Could it be the legendary heavenly secret divine eyes? The red-haired almighty was extremely shocked. Then he laughed wildly. Haha, I didn't expect to encounter the heavenly secret divine eyes here. It seems that even the heavens are helping me. Kid, I didn't expect you to be a member of the heavenly secret tribe and have successfully activated the heavenly secret divine eyes. If that's the case, I can't let you live. After you die, I'll put your eyes to good use. With them, I might be able to improve further and even become a sage. The red-haired almighty was too excited. One had to know that the heavenly secret divine eyes were extremely mysterious and legendary. Moreover, the reason why the wavering light sacred land was angry and issued a kill order was related to the heavenly secret divine eyes. However, he did not expect that this thing would be discovered by him. Moreover, it was in the hands of a mere king. This way, he could effortlessly obtain the heavenly secret divine eyes. Thinking of that, he laughed loudly. On the other side, Lin Xian's face darkened. He had already used his strongest combat strength and used the heavenly secret divine eyes to find the other party's flaw. However, so far, he could only protect himself. It was impossible for him to kill the other party. However, he would not give up resisting. At most, he would die together with the other party. He would not let the other party have his way. Thinking of that, Lin Xian snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body quickly circulated, causing his aura to become even sharper. It was like a peerless divine sword. The golden light in his eyes was also extremely bright. Mysterious runes flickered and were extremely deep. It was like a golden starry sky. Seeing Lin Xian's reaction, the red-haired almighty sneered, "What? You still want to resist? You're overestimating yourself. The difference between us is like a firefly against the sun. You can't do anything in front of me." The red-haired almighty sneered and strode toward Lin Xian. With every step he took, the aura on his body became stronger. It was like an ancient mountain that suppressed people until they could not breathe. Chapter 1794. The critical moment was about to arrive. However, at this moment, the aura of the red-haired mighty figure changed. It no longer became extremely powerful. Instead, it retreated quickly like the tide. What's going on? Lin Xian was stunned. The red-haired mighty figure was also stunned. He felt the energy in his body rapidly depleting. No. Impossible. My power, where's my power? The red-haired mighty figure roared crazily. He realized that this scene was extremely familiar because it had happened once when he first came to the primeval forest. The laws of heaven and earth here had sealed him, causing his strength to fall below that of a mighty figure. Now, the same thing was happening again. His power was about to be suppressed again. Sensing this scene, the red-haired mighty figure's face turned green. He did not expect such a thing to happen at the most critical moment. Damn it! I don't believe it! The red-haired mighty figure resisted crazily, but the strange energy sealed him. He realized that he could not control the energy in his body at all. Therefore, in the next moment, he gave up resisting and pounced at Lin Xian crazily. He wanted to kill his opponent before his power was completely sealed. In this way, the heavenly secret divine eyes would still be his. Lin Xian snorted coldly as his body swayed rapidly. He naturally noticed the abnormality. He knew that it was possible that the other party had been sealed by the laws here again. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and dodged quickly. At least before the other party was sealed, he could not be caught by the other party. Damn brat! Stop right there! The red-haired mighty figure roared crazily. He realized that the other party was too fast and he could not catch him at all. And the energy in his body was rapidly depleting. In the next moment, a low sound came from his body, and his power finally fell below that of a mighty figure. He was sealed again. Sensing this scene, the red-haired mighty figure's expression was extremely ferocious. He roared angrily and decisively gave up on Lin Xian and fled into the distance. The red-haired mighty figure's cultivation was suppressed again, so he did not dare to fight anymore. He fled into the distance like a madman. Trying to leave? Lin Xian snorted coldly. His body was like lightning as he instantly chased after him. Previously, the other party wanted to show off and kill him. How could he let him go now? After swallowing the best pill in his hand, Lin Xian crazily circulated the longevity technique to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy and quickly recovered from his injuries. In the next moment, he instantly appeared in front of the red-haired mighty figure. Get lost! The red-haired expert roared in rage and punched out. The terrifying red fist was extremely sharp and there was a red aura around it. It was as if a fire god had awakened and was extremely terrifying. It covered the sky and earth. It blasted towards Lin Xian, however, a cold smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. With his soul force, he could clearly sense that the current attack was much weaker than before, which meant that the other party was to be sealed. He wasn't afraid of a sealed almighty. He didn't even need to dodge. Boom! Lin Xian punched out with the black dragon fist of destruction. The terrifying fist was like a huge mountain, descending from the sky. What followed was a series of dragon roars. Boom! The two collided. The terrifying energy swept in all directions like a tsunami and blasted out thousands of ripples in the void. Boom! The red-haired mighty figure took 3 steps back. His face was extremely pale. That was because he realized that he could no longer hurt Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. What? You want to leave now? Weren't you very arrogant before? You want to kill me in the palm of your hand? Now, you can try to kill me. He was furious. Previously, Lin Xian had taken advantage of his seniority and hundreds of years of cultivation to kill him. If not for the fact that he had many secret techniques, he might have been killed long ago. How could Lin Xian let the other party off so easily? Brat, get out of my way. To tell you the truth, even if my cultivation is suppressed, I'm still a mighty figure. I'm still not someone you can fight against. If you know what's good for you, get lost and I can spare your life. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. The red-haired mighty figure gritted his teeth. His voice was unusually cold. You still dare to be arrogant? Do you really think you're still the mighty figure from before? Lin Xian sneered, unmoved. The golden light in his eyes flickered and emitted a strange energy. I won't bully you. Let's fight to the death. You want to fight to the death with me? You're not worthy. The red-haired mighty figure snorted and still wanted to escape. But you don't dare? Lin Xian sneered. Do you think someone like you is worthy of being a mighty figure? If you don't even dare to fight with me, there's no point in living like you. What an embarrassment to a mighty figure. Kid, you're courting death. The red-haired mighty figure's face was gloomy. As a mighty figure, his status was extremely noble. He had never been looked down upon like this. Now, a young kid dares to look down on me? That's unforgivable. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. I want you to know that a mighty figure will always be a mighty figure. Even if I'm sealed, I'm not someone you can resist. After saying that, the red-haired mighty figure attacked mercilessly. A gigantic fiery red palm appeared in the sky and grabbed at Lin Xian from all directions. This red palm was hundreds of feet long and was like a flaming mountain. It descended quickly, and its aura was suffocating. The red-haired mighty figure was right. Even if a mighty figure was sealed, it was not something that an ordinary king could contend with. This aura far exceeded that of a 6-star king. It was abnormally powerful. Most likely, not many people would be able to resist it. The void fluctuated and was easily torn apart like a painting. The entire space was trembling, and the dazzling twilight illuminated the entire forest. A sealed mighty figure? Killing you is as easy as slaughtering a dog. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Then he let out a long roar. The great dragon sword soul in his body circulated crazily, and a terrifying aura swept out in all directions. As soon as he attacked, Lin Xian launched a fierce attack. The 9 darkness demonic sword waved quickly, and a terrifying sword light slashed forward. He did not hold back and used his ultimate move. The demonic sword in his hand was extremely sharp, as if it had come alive. The sword slashed down, and blood splattered. The red palm was cut in half. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the sky red. As for the red-haired mighty figure, he roared crazily with a ferocious expression. He retreated rapidly, and blood flowed from his palm. The red palm was formed by him. Now that it was cut in half, his palm was also affected. Fortunately, it was only a palm of light. If it was his main body, it would probably not exist anymore. Kid, how dare you hurt me? The red-haired mighty figure roared crazily. As a mighty figure, he had not been injured for many years, let alone by a young kid. Chapter 1795. As a mighty figure, he had not been injured for many years, let alone by a brat. If word of this got out, it would definitely shock the world. So what if I hurt you? Lin Xian snorted. Not only will I hurt you, but I'll also kill you. Kill me? Just you? You're overestimating yourself. Don't think that you can be so arrogant just because you can hurt me. I didn't even use my full strength just now. Come on, don't be so stubborn. Do you still think you're the mighty figure from before? Lin Xian held the killing sword in his hand and said coldly, do you think you can mercilessly kill the younger generation just because you've cultivated for a long time and are powerful? Your way of doing things is despicable. Now, I'll enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and get rid of a scourge like you. Lin Xian shouted coldly as the aura on his body became more powerful. You're courting death. It seems that if I don't show you my true strength, you won't know how powerful I am. The red-haired mighty figure gritted his teeth. In his opinion, even if he was sealed, it was not impossible for him to kill his opponent with his methods and experience. He just needed to spend a little more effort. Previously, he did not want to waste his energy, but now it seemed that he had no choice but to kill his opponent. Brat, I wanted to let you go, but since you're courting death, don't blame me. The red-haired mighty figure once again revealed a sinister smile. The aura in his body surged rapidly and covered the entire sky. This time, Lin Xian did not say anything and stabbed out with the 9 darkness demonic sword. This sword was extremely terrifying. It was like a long black dragon running wildly in the sky. Seeing this sword, the red-haired mighty figure was shocked. He did not expect his opponent's sword technique to be so powerful. This sword was really beyond his expectations. In the next moment, he roared angrily and a terrifying power surged in his body. He blasted forward in an attempt to resist this sword. However, he still underestimated this sword. The sword flashed and an earth-shattering collision sounded, shaking the surroundings. Then, blood splattered everywhere and a shrill cry was heard, causing the surrounding beasts to tremble. A hole appeared in the red-haired Almighty's attack. Not only that, his body was pierced through by the 9 netherworld demon sword, nailing him in the air. This scene was simply too terrifying. A supreme being had actually been injured by a 4-star king, and he was severely injured at that. Perhaps he had never imagined such a scene even in his dreams. Although the red-haired mighty being's cultivation had been suppressed and had fallen to the mighty being realm, not everyone could fight against him. It could even be said that no one below the Almighties was a match for them. However, the current situation was beyond the red-haired Almighty's expectations. He did not expect that the other party would be able to heavily injure him with a single strike. The red-haired mighty figure roared into the sky with a ferocious expression. The energy in his body exploded, and the light shone like a red sun. In the next moment, a terrifying force collided with the 9 darkness demonic sword, and the red-haired mighty figure quickly retreated. "Brat, you dare to hurt me? I'm going to kill you!" The red-haired Almighty roared madly and quickly used a secret technique to temporarily seal the wound so that it would stop bleeding. However, his face was abnormally pale. That sword strike just now had caused him to suffer heavy injuries. However, he couldn't care less about that now. He swore that he had to kill the other party. Otherwise, if the other party continued to grow, he would definitely become a terrifying, peerless powerhouse in the future. He wouldn't allow such a threat to exist in this world. In the next moment, a terrifying red light surged out from his body, covering the sky and earth, instantly enveloping the entire space. The sky and earth were filled with terrifying red light, emitting a terrifying aura. As for the red-haired mighty figure, he was like a god fiend, and his entire body was extremely powerful. In fact, the pressure of an almighty reappeared on his body. Like metal colliding and mercury flowing, a long red chain appeared on the arm of the red-haired mighty figure. It surged rapidly and swept forward. The red chain was incomparably scarlet, and it carried a monstrous killing intent and a terrifying aura. Needless to say, this was an earth-grade treasure with boundless power. Scarlet Flame Chain. A low voice came from the mouth of the red-haired mighty figure. The terrifying chain was like a maggot attached to a bone, instantly wrapping around Lin Xian as if it was going to refine him. A terrifying light soared into the sky, and terrifying cracks appeared in the space. It seemed that nothing could stop the scarlet flame chain. At this moment, the surrounding red light surged, and a sinister and terrifying voice appeared, as if it was a Shura from hell. Annihilation Black Dragon Fist. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was extremely domineering. His eyes sparkled as he quickly searched for openings. At the same time, he unleashed the Annihilation Black Dragon Fist. With a punch, terrifying energy surged and instantly hit the flaw, shattering the red light that filled the sky. The scarlet flame chain flew out like a long snake. Not only that, but the power of the punch also rushed toward the red-haired mighty figure. Boom! The red-haired mighty figure vomited blood again. His chest caved in, and more than half of the bones in his body shattered. He spat out a few words with difficulty because he couldn't believe it. How could the other party be so powerful? He was a mighty figure. Even if he was sealed, he was still a mighty figure. Even a 6-star king was like an ant in his hands. However, the young man in front of him only had the cultivation of a 4-star king, but his combat strength was even more powerful than his sealed self. He couldn't believe it. Damn brat, go to hell. As a mighty figure, he couldn't only have these ultimate moves. Therefore, he waved his sleeve, and a dark red pagoda appeared in the void. Powerful fluctuations suppressed the void, and terrifying energy surged out. The red-haired mighty figure used all his strength to push the dark red pagoda forward. He wanted to kill Lin Xian. Boom, boom, boom. The dark red pagoda was extremely terrifying, and it was also an earth-grade treasure. Its body emitted light, and a red aura descended, intertwining to form a red lightning bolt that rapidly bombarded. Lightning surged like a lightning tribulation. The moment it appeared, it shattered everything and completely enveloped Lin Xian. How could I? The red-haired man laughed sinisterly. That was because the skeleton army of the Sea of Bones was quickly charging towards them. However, these kings did not run for long before they ran back with ugly expressions. Even their faces were green. That was because they realized that the monsters in the forest had become abnormally violent at this moment. Not only that, they also realized that the auras of the kings had changed. They were stronger than before. Some of the unlucky kings had arrived near the nest of a ferocious beast. In the next moment, an earth-shattering sound came from the valley. Chapter 1797. That aura caused the kings to tremble. Even their spiritual energy couldn't circulate smoothly. Damn it, what kind of energy is that? It's too scary. The kings felt their scalps go numb. They realized that this aura had surpassed that of an almighty and had reached an unbelievable level. What? That's six-armed divine ape. The kings exclaimed as they looked into the distance. Sure enough, in the valley, a huge figure rushed out. Its entire body was shining with golden light, like a golden god of war. On its body, 6 arms were waving non-stop. Terrifying energy rushed into the sky, easily tearing the void apart. Not only that, a pair of golden wings grew out from the back of the 6-armed divine ape. The wings spread out and shone with divine light, like 2 golden heavenly blades. Boom! The golden wings flapped and carried the huge body into the sky. The surrounding air turned into a golden whirlwind under the golden wings, sweeping in all directions. One of the kings did not dodge and was enveloped by the golden whirlwind and torn into pieces. Terrifying, too terrifying. The remaining kings felt their scalps go numb as they fled crazily. They realized that the 6-armed divine ape's strength had increased by a lot. Could it be that the 6-armed divine ape had been sealed before? Thinking of this, they did not dare to believe it. If that was the case, then it was too terrifying. Just how terrifying was the 6-armed divine ape? Before they could react, furious roars rang out from other places as well. In the entire primitive forest, all the remaining kings felt it. They realized that the powerful monster kings were displaying heaven-defying strength. Their terrifying auras soared into the sky and swept through the entire forest. Not good. These monster kings are going to go berserk. In the forest, the dark red divine dragon's expression was grave. Lin Xian, who was at the side, frowned. They realized that the powerful demon kings from before were even stronger than before. Obviously, they guessed that these monster kings were sealed before, just like humans. Now that the White Bone Demon Palace had appeared, the seal on their bodies was removed and their original strength was displayed. What was this White Bone Demon Palace? And what was going on with this primitive forest? Why were there so many powerful monster kings here? Lin Xian simply couldn't understand. Inside this oblique moon profound world, every corner was filled with strange mysteries. However, now wasn't the time to think about these things. They discovered that in the forest, countless demon kings were moving towards the White Bone Devil Hall. That aura formed a storm, forcing everyone to flee again. They realized that there was no way to escape. They were forced to return to the Bone Sea. The current situation was extremely dangerous for them. There was a bone army in front of them. It was extremely terrifying. Furthermore, the Berserk Demon King behind them was even more terrifying. For a moment, Lin Xian and the others were caught in a dilemma. However, Lin Xian quickly made up his mind to return to the Bone Sea. Firstly, those demon kings were truly too powerful, and they were utterly unable to resist them. In comparison, although the skeleton army was large in number, their individual combat strength was not very strong. In comparison, it was better to return to the Bone Sea. Furthermore, he had a feeling that these monster kings had become stronger because of the White Bone Palace. Moreover, he also wanted to see what kind of changes had happened to the White Bone Palace. Therefore, he flew back in the direction of the Palace of Bones. The other kings did the same. However, they did not return on their own accord. Instead, they were chased back by the Monster Kings. That was because the auras of these Monster Kings were simply too terrifying. There were even a few that had surpassed the power of a mighty figure. Among them, the six-armed divine ape was incomparably valiant. It was like a golden god of war. Apart from that, there was also a huge divine crocodile. It was 100 feet long and its entire body was shining with light. On the other side, there was a 9-headed lion. It opened its ferocious mouth as if it could devour the entire sky. Without exception, these powerful monster kings all flew towards the White Bone Palace. Heavens, it's too terrifying. Damn it, what's happening? Is the world going to be destroyed? These monster kings are too terrifying. Could it be that they have reached the level of a peerless mighty figure? The kings felt their scalps go numb as they quickly fled. Soon, these monster kings and the Bone Army met, and a shocking battle broke out between the two. The scene was too terrifying. The six-armed divine ape roared as it waved its 6 palms. It was like 6 golden mountains that kept crashing down. Every strike could shatter a large portion of the Bone Army. Cracks appeared in the sky, and there were even 6 huge black holes in the void. On the other side, the divine crocodile that was 100 feet long swept its huge tail. It was as sharp as a heavenly blade, and a large portion of the Bone Army was cut in half. The 9-headed lion was even more ferocious. Its 9 heads spat out wind, fire, and lightning. All kinds of terrifying attacks turned into a frenzy of energy that swept in all directions. Many of the Bone Army were annihilated in an instant. However, more and more bone creatures crawled out from the ground, covering the sky and earth. They were densely packed and crazily counterattacking. This scene was too shocking. It was as if an ancient war had appeared in front of everyone. Some of the kings could not dodge in time and were blasted by the energy, turning into a bloody mist. The remaining people fled as if they had gone mad. They wanted to get away from this terrifying scene. Gradually, these powerful monster kings came near the Sea of Bones. They looked at the White Bone Palace in the sky and roared non-stop. Their roars were like thunder, tearing through the void, causing everyone's body to tremble and schwang, or to bleed. Lin Xian had already thrown Lu Mingyue into the black earth once again. Her magic power was sealed, so she could not use any energy at all. She could not fight against the scene here. He did not want to take her life for the time being, so he threw her into the black earth. As for him, he joined hands with the dark red divine dragon to create a light screen to defend against the terrifying energy frenzy and the earth-shaking roars. However, Lin Xian was even more puzzled by the scene in front of him. What was going on? Why were these monster kings attacking the White Bone Palace? Could it be that there was really a treasure inside? In front, the monster kings were crazily attacking the White Bone Palace. The 6 arms of the 6-armed godly ape waved continuously, forming a golden hurricane that swept towards the White Bone Palace in the sky. It was like countless golden demonic clouds that rushed forward quickly. On the other side, the divine crocodile opened its bloody mouth and spat out 5-colored lightning. The sky surged and the thunder rumbled. A terrifying energy rushed forward. The 9-headed lion's 9 heads emitted a terrifying energy that turned into an energy storm and blasted towards the White Bone Palace. Chapter 1798. Other than these 3 powerful demon kings, there were more than 10 other terrifying demon beasts. They roared and attacked fiercely. In an instant, the entire void boiled and was drowned by this violent energy. In front of them, the White Bone Palace was filled with an ancient aura. At this moment, demonic runes appeared under the huge White Bone Palace. Then, a white light shone and spread in all directions. The terrifying energy that filled the sky was completely suppressed by this white light. Seeing this, Lin Xian and the others' pupils shrank. They could not believe it. This White Bone Palace was too terrifying. This was because these demon kings had surpassed the almighty level. They were extremely powerful. With so many demon kings attacking together, they could overturn the sky and earth. However, they could not shake the White Bone Palace. What was this White Bone Palace? Was it really the tomb of a saint? The six-armed godly ape, the crocodile god, and the other demon kings roared angrily when they saw that their attacks were ineffective. However, they seemed to be afraid and did not dare to get too close to the White Bone Palace. It was as if there was something in the White Bone Palace that was threatening them. However, their attacks did not stop. Intense collisions erupted in the sky. Terrifying energy swept in all directions. The ones who suffered the most were the human kings. Although they were extremely powerful, they were as weak as ants in front of the terrifying demon kings and the White Bone Palace. Many kings were even hit by the shockwaves and exploded. Even more warriors were red in the face as they resisted with all their might. At this moment, the few kings who were secretly adding fuel to the fire had ugly expressions on their faces. This was because if they did not attack, there would not be so much blood and the bone ocean would not have such a shocking change. However, it was all too late. There was no point in regretting it. On Lin Xian's side, he also propped up the Dragon Sword domain to resist. He was in a relatively good situation. Although it was dangerous, all the energy attacks were cut apart by his sword qi. None of them reached him. However, Lin Xian's expression was extremely serious. This was not the way to go. Brother Lin. The void rippled and Gu Santong appeared in front of Lin Xian. His face was pale and he was injured. After Lin Xian left, he was targeted by a mysterious expert. The other party seemed to want to capture him. Fortunately, he was skilled in spatial secret techniques. That was why he was able to escape. In addition, the demon kings attacked and forced the mysterious expert to retreat. It could be said that Gu Santong's experience was more dangerous than Lin Xian's. Now, the two of them worked together to resist the attacks from the surroundings and achieved obvious results. While the other kings also joined forces. But at this moment, the situation changed again. In the sky, the terrifying six-armed godly ape suddenly dived down and landed on the ground. The golden eyes scanned the surroundings before a cold voice resounded, "Humans, enter the ancient city." This voice was like a clap of thunder, reverberating in the sky. What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Then, their faces turned ugly. There was a city nearby, and that was the White Bone Palace. Could it be that they had entered? What a joke! That is. Indeed, someone immediately counterattacked. However, he was answered by a golden palm. 3 of the kings were instantly smashed into a bloody mist. They could not fight back at all. Seeing this, everyone felt their scalps go numb. It was too terrifying. In front of the godly ape, even the Almighties were no match. You can choose to fight back, but there is only one outcome. You will be killed. Or you can obediently enter the ancient city. If you are lucky, you might be able to survive. Lucky? What's so lucky about that? One of the elders gritted his teeth and roared. Once they stepped into the godly ape palace, they would be turned into a pile of bones. Don't worry. That won't happen anymore. Go in. The cold voice sounded again. Then, flames appeared on the godly ape's body and spread in all directions. If the humans tried to escape, the godly ape would attack them mercilessly. Kid, what should we do? Do you want to break out of the encirclement? The dark red divine dragon asked. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He had thought of this idea as well. However, it seemed to him that it was simply too dangerous. The godly ape in front of him was too terrifying. It was definitely more powerful than an ordinary almighty. Its strength was unimaginable. Moreover, there were so many monster kings around. Where could he escape to? He might be killed in the end. Why not take the risk and enter the godly ape palace? Judging from the situation, the monster kings probably wanted them to enter the godly ape palace. As for what would happen after they entered, they did not know. However, they would not be turned into a pile of bones like the last time. The others looked pale. It seemed that they had no choice but to go in. Therefore, some of them gritted their teeth and flew into the sky. Soon, they arrived above the godly ape palace. Everyone held their breaths. However, they realized that this time, they did not turn into bones like the last time. Instead, that person entered the godly ape palace directly. It's really possible. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. They felt that this might be an opportunity. Since they might be killed if they stayed here, they might as well go in and take the risk. Because now, they knew that the godly ape palace was definitely not ordinary. There might be great opportunities inside. Thinking of this, they did not hesitate and all of them flew into the sky. Let's go! Lin Xian and Gu Santong looked at each other. Then, the three of them followed the crowd and entered the godly ape palace. Buzz. Just as they stepped into the godly ape palace, a strange energy came out and forced Lu Mingyue out of the black earth. She could not stay any longer. What's going on? As soon as Lu Mingyue came out, she saw the giant bone city not far away. She was so scared that her face turned pale. She looked at Lin Xian and gritted her teeth. Damn you! Are you crazy? How dare you come here? If you want to turn into a pile of bones, I won't stop you. But don't hold me back. To be honest, she was really scared. The scene of the monster kings being killed by the godly ape palace was still deeply imprinted in her mind. How could she not be scared when she saw that Lin Xian had brought her to the godly ape palace? However, Lin Xian said coldly, "Shut up. If you want to die, you can go down. I won't stop you. But if you want to live, you have to stay by my side." Chapter 1799. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He didn't want to kill Lu Mingyue, because holding a person who was qualified to become the saintess of all beginnings was more valuable than killing her. Lu Mingyue looked around and found that all the kings had come to the front of the giant bone city. She immediately understood. These people had no choice but to enter the giant bone city. But if they went down now, they might not survive. Not to mention that her strength was sealed now. Even if she was at her peak, she couldn't withstand a blow from the six-armed ape. Seeing that she didn't speak, Lin Xian waved his hand and a sword light wrapped around Lu Mingyue. I don't know why, but you can't hide now. You can only follow me. Then follow me closely. Don't get lost. This sword light can protect you. At the same time, Lin Xian also unlocked some of her seals, giving her some strength. But it was impossible for her to escape. Don't think about running away, or you'll end up miserable. Lin Xian warned again. Lu Mingyue also knew the current situation. She couldn't wait to follow Lin Xian. Because Lin Xian was powerful, and he had the combination of Gu Santong and the dark red dragon with him, even in danger, her survival rate was greatly increased. She wouldn't leave now. In the next moment, Lin Xian and the others stepped into the Palace of Bones. The giant bone city was extremely terrifying, emitting a monstrous aura. Two tall white bone doors were completely opened, revealing the scene inside. Not far in front, there were figures wearing ancient battle robes. Each of them had great spiritual power. However, there was no vitality in them. Lin Xian and the others knew that these were the funerary objects of some of the most powerful figures in the world. They glanced around and found that there were many of these burial objects. If they were resurrected, they would probably turn this world upside down. But fortunately, when they went in, the terrifying figures in front of them didn't wake up. They stood there like statues. When they passed by, their bodies began to tremble. They could sense a terrifying aura emanating from those figures. It was like a divine sword, unusually fierce. At this moment, the demon kings in the sky began to attack again. Streaks of sharp energy slammed into the white bone city. There were even a few terrifying beams of light that blasted towards the white bone door. In the blink of an eye, it passed through the two gates and blasted into the city of bones. Not good. Many kings were alarmed. They realized that the terrifying beams of light would probably affect them. Therefore, in the next moment, these people quickly ran inside. The entire white bone city began to emit a terrifying light. Then, those statue-like figures actually came to life. Kakaka. The kings who had been buried with Qin Wenyin began to emit their auras, and their bodies began to move like wooden puppets. Although it was a little stiff, it carried a terrifying power with it. Boom, boom. They were rapidly attacking outside. Terrifying saber lights, palm shadows, and sword chi streaked across the sky, fighting against the demon kings outside. He's revived. When everyone saw this scene, their scalps went numb. Lin Xian also frowned. This scene was too strange. Could it be that these people didn't die? Or were they already dead, and now they're revived in some way? He could not figure it out, but he realized that this white bone city was full of mysteries. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, more than 10 attacks landed near them and then exploded. Terrifying energy swept towards them. Lin Xian and the others quickly retreated. They knew that it was no longer safe to go out from the entrance. They had to go inside. Moreover, some kings had already done so. They realized that the burial items would not attack them for the time being. Therefore, these people became bolder and ran into the White Bone City. "Let's go too," Lin Xian said in a low voice. Then he, Gu Santong, the dark red divine dragon, and Lu Mingyue followed the others into the city. This was because it was too dangerous. They could be affected by the shockwaves of the energy at any time. The group of people walked in and realized that the inside of the White Bone City was no different from an ordinary city. Buildings and streets crisscrossed the city. However, the buildings here were more ancient, and they were filled with the style of the ancient era. Moreover, there was dust and broken walls everywhere. There were even spider webs everywhere. It was obvious that no one had been here for countless years. Even though Lin Xian and the other kings were walking on the streets, they could still feel that the entire city was filled with a strong sense of death. It was as if this was a dead city. The terrifying attacks outside were still ongoing. It seemed like those kings of monsters were trying to destroy this White Bone City. However, this White Bone City was too terrifying. It was too strange. It was not damaged at all. In fact, it did not even shake. If they could not hear the deafening sounds outside and see the sky full of light, they would have thought that they were dreaming. Suddenly, the sky above them darkened. It was as if a dark cloud had covered the sky. In the next moment, everyone looked up. They saw a yellow figure, like a golden mountain, appear above them. It formed a huge projection. Six-armed godly ape. Everyone cried out in surprise when they saw this. They did not expect the six-armed godly ape to appear above the White Bone City. What was it trying to do? Boom. Yes, it was indeed the six-armed godly ape. As soon as it appeared, it waved its 6 arms and formed 6 huge golden light pillars. Then it shot downward. Boom, boom, boom. This time, the light pillars finally reached the interior of the White Bone City. The terrifying light pillars hit the interior of the White Bone City, causing the entire city to tremble. Even the ground cracked and the surrounding buildings were pierced through. Oh no! At this moment, the surviving kings felt their scalps go numb. They did not gather together anymore. Instead, they fled in all directions. Everyone wanted to reach a safe place to escape this disaster. Lin Xian's expression was also cold. He used the dragon sword realm to envelop everyone. Then, he turned into an aurora and rushed into the distance. In front of him was a disciple of the 5 Elements sect. When he saw Lin Xian, he immediately let out a cold breath. That was because Lin Xian and the 5 Elements sect had a grudge against each other. However, now was not the time for revenge. "Boy, I saw this place. Get out of here quickly." After saying that, the disciple of the 5 Elements sect snorted and entered an old house in front of him. The old house was very shabby. It was covered with dust and spider webs. Chapter 1800. They realized that the older the house, the more resistant it was to such an attack. Perhaps there was some mysterious power protecting these ancient houses. That 5 Elements sect's disciple quickly entered the ancient house in front of him. Moreover, he released a ray of 5 Elements power and sealed the door. It seemed that he did not want Lin Xian and the rest to enter. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he saw this. Lu Mingyue said anxiously, "What should we do? Should we force our way in? We have more people anyway." Gu Santong shook his head and said, "There is no need to waste time fighting. There are many houses around here. We can look for others." "Let's go in another direction," Lin Xian said. He did not want to fight now. The appearance of the giant bone city and the appearance of the demon king were all caused by the blood that was spilled when they fought. He didn't know what would happen if he fought in this city of bones and caused a terrifying amount of blood to flow again. Who knew what would happen? It might lead to something even more terrifying. Therefore, Lin Xian did not want to fight now. It was better to avoid this disaster first. Lin Xian and the rest turned around and prepared to leave to look for other houses. However, just as they turned around, they heard a scream coming from the house in front of them. The scream was very pitiful and it was filled with fear. It was as if the person had encountered something terrible. Lin Xian and the rest stopped in their tracks when they heard the scream. They turned around and looked in front of them. Previously, a disciple of the Five Elements sect had entered the ancient house. Why was he screaming now? Was he under attack? However, other than him, no one else had entered the house. Lu Mingyue was also scared out of her wits when she heard the scream. No matter how powerful she was still a woman. She was terrified when she saw something unknown. Is there someone else inside? Or is there something we don't know? Lin Xian and the rest were shocked. They looked in front of them and decided to take a look. When they arrived at the house, they suddenly heard crunching sounds coming from inside. It was as if someone was gnawing on a bone. Hearing this voice, their scalps went numb. Lu Mingyue's face turned pale and her eyes were filled with fear. That was because the sound was simply too strange. Coupled with the scream from before, Li Dunlan thought. An extremely terrifying scene appeared in everyone's hearts. Open it and take a look. Lin Xian raised his palm, preparing to blast away the Five Elements' power. He wanted to see what kind of monster was in this house. However, the next moment, the sound of chewing in the room disappeared. Not only that, but the door of the room also opened with a creak. The power of the Five Elements was withdrawn, and the Five Elements sect disciple from before walked out. However, his complexion was somewhat pale, and his hair was rather messy. Other than that, nothing else could be seen. Are you all right? Gu Santong asked in a low voice. As for the Five Elements sect's disciple, he coldly snorted, "What could possibly happen to me? How laughable!" Hearing this, Lin Xian and Gu Santong frowned. Lu Mingyue's pupils constricted. This was because through the Five Elements sect's disciple, she saw that there was a pool of blood on the floor of the house. It was bright red and had not solidified at all. It was obvious that it had just fallen. What's with this blood? There really was a battle here. Lu Mingyue was shocked. She quickly sent a voice transmission to Lin Xian. Although she had been captured by Lin Xian, they were now in the same boat. Moreover, she was now sealed and did not have much power. Therefore, she needed Lin Xian's protection. Immediately, she told Lin Xian about this strange matter. Lin Xian's eyes also flashed. He had also discovered that there was indeed blood. However, the Five Elements sect's disciple in front of him did not seem to have any abnormalities. Therefore, he could only let it go. He shook his head and ignored him. He led everyone away. However, at this moment, the Five Elements sect's disciple said, "If you go out now, you will be courting death. In this ancient city, only these ancient houses are safe. The other streets are not safe at all. You may very well be killed by the energy." "What do you mean?" Lin Xian turned his head and asked coldly. The Five Elements sect's disciple quickly said, "Nothing. This ancient house is quite big anyway. Why don't you all come in?" Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. This was because this attitude was different from before. After all, he had a grudge against the Five Elements sect. Moreover, this Five Elements sect's disciple had shown killing intent towards him previously. If it was not for the fact that this place was not suitable, the other party would have attacked long ago. However, the other party was now inviting him to hide in the house. It was too strange no matter how he looked at it. However, in the next moment he narrowed his eyes. So be it. After all, he was not afraid of the other party's tricks. Therefore, he called Gu Santong, Lu Mingyue, and the dark red divine dragon. Then, the group entered the ancient house. As for the Five Elements sect's disciple, he looked at their backs and a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In the next moment, he also strode into the ancient house and closed the door. Then he used a force to seal it. This ancient house was not big. It was a very ordinary room with some tables and chairs. However, it was very old and had a thick layer of dust accumulated on it. Other than that, there were some miscellaneous items around. Most of them were very old. Moreover, this ancient house was very dark. Especially when the Five Elements sect's disciple closed the door, the whole place became even darker. It could even be described as pitch black. However, Lin Xian and the rest were all King Realm experts. This little darkness was nothing to them. Therefore, they did not take it to heart. The few of them sat there and waited quietly. They could even vaguely hear the continuous explosions outside. As for the Five Elements sect's disciple, he had unknowingly circled behind them. The strange smile at the corner of his mouth became even more obvious. A dark red light even appeared in his eyes. Boom! Another earth-shattering sound was heard. Then Lin Xian felt that the entire ancient house began to shake. Needless to say, it should be the attacks of those peerless beasts that bombarded the interior of the giant city. Everyone was shocked. They did not know when this attack would stop. However, no one noticed the smile at the corner of the Five Elements sect's disciple's mouth and the red light in his eyes. In the next moment, something strange happened. The Five Elements sect's disciple attacked decisively. His palm carried a terrifying storm and blasted forward. His target was very obvious. It was the sealed Lu Mingyue. Ah! Lu Mingyue felt the energy behind her and screamed. She suddenly turned around. At the same time, a chaotic light appeared between her eyebrows and slashed forward. Boom! Chapter 1801. Although he was hit, he still managed to dodge the fatal blow. This light of chaos was her life-saving measure. It was set up by the elders of the sect for her. It could help her dodge a fatal blow. She did not use it even when she was fighting Lin Xian. She did not expect to use it now. Lin Xian, Gu Santong, and the dark red dragon were also shocked. Powerful energy surged from their bodies as they stared at the Five Elements sect disciple. Gu Santong waved his hand and used the power of space to pull Lu Mingyue to his side. He also gave her a few elixirs to heal her injuries. On the other hand, Lin Xian's eyes were cold as he stared at the other party. He said coldly, "You really are up to no good. How dare you attack us? However, I really don't understand. Are you out of your mind? How dare you attack us alone? We'll know if we can defeat you after we try." The Five Elements sect disciple had a strange smile on his face as a dark red light bloomed in his eyes. Not good. Kid, be careful. He's not the Five Elements sect disciple from before. The dark red dragon quickly reminded him. Not the Five Elements sect disciple from before? Lin Xian was shocked. He did not know what that meant. However, at that moment, the Five Element School's disciple suddenly attacked. His palm turned into a five-colored palm and slammed down at Lin Xian, covering the sky and earth. The power of the Five Elements gathered in his palm, forming a terrifying light storm. The Five Elements sect disciple was very decisive. Without any hesitation, he attacked Lin Xian. To be honest, Lin Xian was also surprised. His name had spread throughout the primeval forest. Other than the top few prodigies, no one dared to attack him. Now, a Five Elements sect disciple actually dared to attack him. It seemed like he did not know what was good for him. Pumph. With a cold harumph, Lin Xian threw out a punch. Boom. The fist and palm collided. A low sound was heard. However, this time, Lin Xian was even more surprised. He even showed a hint of doubt. He realized that his opponent could actually fight against him. This was simply inconceivable. One had to know that his current combat strength belonged to the top batch here. Even sealed almighties were no match for him. But now, the other party was actually able to contend against him, which really surprised him. The Five Elements sect's disciple was also taken aback. A red light flashed in his eyes. "Brat, I didn't expect you to have some skills. You were actually able to block my move." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian frowned and said coldly, "You're not from the Five Elements sect. Or you?" The people of the Five Elements sect did not dare to speak to him like this, but the other party did not seem to care at all. Therefore, he was definitely not from the Five Elements sect. Dead people don't need to know so much. The Five Elements sect's disciple coldly snorted and once again moved towards Lin Xian. As the two exchanged blows, each strike was like a clap of thunder. The more Lin Xian thought about it, the more shocked he became. His opponent's battle prowess was too strong, and he couldn't help but take this seriously. So in the next moment he pulled out the Nine Serenities demon sword. Sword Chi soared into the sky, and then he stabbed out. Buzz. A resplendent light shocked the sky. This sword was extremely sharp. Clang. The black demon sword seemed to have collided with a mountain. It pierced through the opponent's palm, leaving a bloody hole on it. You're courting death. The Five Elements sect's disciple's expression finally changed. He did not expect the other party's sword chi to be so terrifying that it could pierce through his palm. So in the next moment, he roared angrily. The power in his body suddenly erupted and surged fiercely towards Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. At this moment, his body was red and black, and there was even blood flowing from his body. He looked like a monster. The human skin fell to the ground, stained with blood. It was extremely strange. The ghost's eyes shone with a terrifying red light. His entire body was covered with a sinister ghostly aura. It was extremely terrifying, and it made one's scalp tingle. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and looked from afar. He had to admit that the other party was indeed an extremely powerful figure. Even from so far away, he could feel the overwhelming aura from the other party. The terrifying power contained in the palm shadows could easily crush a six-star king. After beating the malicious ghost away with one palm, the Alcade Saint seemed to have sensed Lin Xian's gaze and turned his head to look at him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Their gazes clashed in the air, causing small cracks to appear in the void. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. There was someone who could compete with the Alcade Saint. This was unbelievable. The next moment, they turned their heads to look. When they saw Lin Xian, everyone was shocked because they also recognized Lin Xian. This kid is too terrifying. He can actually compete with the Alcade Saint. He's a killing god. Don't provoke him. Discussions broke out one after another. They had seen Lin Xian's means. Previously, Lu Mingyue had led so many kings to chase after him, but they were all killed by him. One could imagine how terrifying he was. They were even secretly calling Lin Xian a killing god. The Alcade Saint was also surprised. He did not expect that the other party could resist his gaze. However, the next moment, he turned his head with a cold expression. His entire body flickered with light and turned into a stream of light, disappearing from the street. Other than the Alcade Saint, the others were also fighting because those malicious ghosts were very strange. Most of them had crawled out of the ancient houses. Boom! Another earth-shattering voice rang out, attracting everyone's attention. Who was he? How could he fight two malicious ghosts? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. He seemed to be the genius of the Yi family. So powerful. He's fighting two malicious ghosts alone. This means that he's even more powerful than the Alcade Saint, right? How can he be more powerful than the Alcade Saint? The Alcade Saint didn't encounter two malicious ghosts. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to deal with them easily. Discussions broke out one after another. Obviously, they were also shocked by the scene in front of them. Lin Xian also turned his head and saw Yi Wudao. The expert in front of him who was fighting two malicious ghosts alone was Yi Wudao. There was no bright light on his body, and his fist technique was very simple. However, the effect was indeed very terrifying. He punched out, simple and unadorned. However, the entire void exploded, and even the black palm of the malicious ghost was blown apart. When everyone saw this scene, they were all stunned and could not believe it. They had seen how powerful the malicious ghost was. It was terrifying. Ordinary six-star kings were not a match for it at all. But now, someone could actually injure it with a punch. This was too shocking. What kind of fist technique is that? It's so terrifying. Who knows? This fist technique looks very ordinary, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Many kings exclaimed in surprise. However, there were some almighties who frowned. He's a disciple of the Yi family. The Yi family is an ancient family. They even had a great emperor. Yeah, even in the era where there were no great emperors, there were sacred bodies. In other words, the other party's strength had completely surpassed theirs. In an instant, everyone was extremely nervous, as if they were facing a great enemy. If the malicious spirit in front of them attacked again, would they be able to withstand it? However, at this critical moment, a laugh came from afar. What a powerful ghost king. I didn't expect to meet one here. This thing is very nutritious for me. Everyone's scalp tingled when they heard this voice. Someone actually dared to target the ghost king in front of them. Did they want to die? However, what shocked them even more was that the person who spoke was a human ancient martial art practitioner. Since when did such a powerful ancient martial art practitioner appear among the humans? Could it be the silver figure from before? Everyone turned their heads to look in all directions, trying to find the person who spoke. The ghost king in the ancient house also seemed to be roaring in anger. It shot out dozens of gray lights that pierced through the void. After a cold snort, countless human figures quickly appeared. Finally, they turned into a human figure and appeared on the street. However, in the next moment, everyone was stunned. That was because they realized that the human figure was too strange. That was because the person who appeared was not a powerful elder as everyone had imagined. Instead, it was a child who was only 8 or 9 years old. The child had delicate features and looked very cute. There was even a trace of immaturity on his face. If one did not know better, they would have thought that he was a child of some family. However, the other party appeared here. That meant that the other party was at least a king. However, was the other party a peerless genius who had become a king at the age of 8 or 9? Or was it some old monster who had cultivated a special cultivation technique that caused his body to age and reach the level of a child? Everyone did not know, but thinking about it, the latter was more likely. As soon as the child appeared, he said with a smile, "You think you can hurt me? What a joke." As he said that, he waved his hand and spiritual power gathered, forming a huge palm of light that blasted forward. Wherever it passed, countless cracks appeared on the street. That was too unbelievable. They knew that the ground was very hard, but the child's palm could actually cause damage. It was too shocking. Boom. That palm directly shattered the dozens of lights in the sky, turning them into specks of light that scattered all over the ground. Not only that, the resplendent palm of light continued to blast towards the ancient house in front of it, as if it wanted to kill the ghost king directly. Another furious roar was heard. Then, a pitch-black palm reached out and grabbed forward. In the next moment, it collided with the resplendent palm of light. The collision of the two was earth-shattering. Then, they dissipated into the void at the same time. "You're quite capable, but you won't be able to escape from me today." The child's face darkened. Although his voice was immature, a terrifying aura was emitted from his body. There was even a hint of vicissitudes in his eyes. Obviously, he was not a child but an old monster. The child's body flickered and appeared in front of the ancient house. His tender little hand contained an incomparably terrifying power as he grabbed forward. In the next moment, he and the Ghost King engaged in an earth-shattering battle. Everyone's scalps went numb when they saw that. However, they did not retreat. Instead, they observed carefully. That was because they also wanted to see if the child could subdue the Ghost King. Not long after, an extremely cold aura suddenly came from the void, and a silver light ruthlessly slashed towards the child. Chapter 1804. This silver light came very suddenly without any warning. As soon as it appeared, it turned into a stream of light and slashed towards the child. The child snorted and disappeared from where he was, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. Then, his childish face turned serious. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes as he stared at the void. "Mo Tianqi, get the hell out here. Don't hide anymore." His voice was filled with murderous intent. "What? Mo Tianqi?" Everyone was shocked and in disbelief. They looked around with their eyes wide open. They knew Mo Tianqi's name. He was a peerless almighty who had killed the elder of the wavering light sacred ground. It could be said that his name had spread across the entire eastern wilderness. Now that his name appeared here, did he come in too? Many people were shocked. Lin Xian looked even more serious. Among these people, he had the deepest relationship with Mo Tianqi. Mo Tianqi was once the sect leader of the Elixir sect, and he was a disciple of the Elixir sect. He had witnessed Mo Tianqi's betrayal with his own eyes. Mo Tianqi had been looking for the heavenly secret divine eyes. But now, the heavenly secret divine eyes were with him, so the relationship between the two was very complicated. At this moment, Lin Xian decided that he could not use the heavenly secret divine eyes here. Otherwise, he would not be able to escape if Mo Tianqi found out. Although this space suppressed almighties and sealed their cultivation, Mo Tianqi was not an ordinary almighty. However, Mo Tianqi was no ordinary almighty. He was a peerless almighty. His strength was terrifying. Who knew how powerful he was now? Lin Xian was secretly on guard. On the other side, the void fluctuated and a silver light shone. Then, a handsome and evil young man appeared in front of everyone. He was dressed in white, holding a folding fan in his hand and a jade flute at his waist. He was very handsome. If they did not know, they would think that he was a young master. But everyone knew that he was a peerless almighty who was extremely terrifying. "Mo Tianqi, it's you." The 8 or 9-year-old child stared ahead and said coldly, "You betrayed the sacred hall, and you still dare to appear here? Today, I will eliminate you on behalf of the sacred hall." The child exuded killing intent. "Saint Hall? What Saint Hall?" The surrounding people were puzzled. They had never heard of it before. And it seemed that Mo Tianqi and that child were both from the Saint Hall. If this was true, then this Saint Hall was too terrifying. But why had they never heard of it before? They didn't even get any information about it. Lin Xian was also puzzled. He asked the dark red divine dragon, but it shook its head. The dark red divine dragon did not know about the sacred hall either. "You think you can kill me? How laughable." Mo Tianqi shook his head slightly. "You're neither human nor ghost. What are you doing here instead of staying in Nanjiang? This is my business. You don't need to know." The 8 or 9-year-old child snorted coldly, his expression abnormally cold. "Do you think you can deal with me now that you've come out? I don't know if I can deal with you, but I can stop you from subduing this ghost king." The corner of Mo Tianqi's mouth curled up slightly. Then, an extremely terrifying aura surged from his body. Boom! In the next moment, he attacked mercilessly. Terrifying energy flowed forward. At the same time, the Ghost King also attacked at the same time, attacking the 8 or 9-year-old child together. The child snorted coldly. Then, he waved his hand and a black scroll appeared in his hand. In the next moment, the black scroll fluttered in the wind. A sky full of black light scattered in all directions, blocking the shocking attacks of Mo Tianqi and the Ghost King. Then, 2 short black sticks appeared in his hands. He kept hitting them. Clang, clang, clang. A low sound reverberated in the surroundings, making everyone's hair stand on end. Buzz. Just as everyone was wondering what the other party was up to, a figure suddenly flew over from afar. In the next moment he arrived beside the 8 or 9-year-old child. When everyone saw this scene, they went crazy. Even Lin Xian was extremely shocked. This was because the figure that appeared in front of them was none other than the burial goods that appeared at the entrance of the Palace of Bones. Weren't these burial goods supposed to be fighting with the demonic beasts outside? Why were they here? And from the looks of it, they seemed to be very respectful to the child. Could there be some connection between the two? The figure in front had a dull expression. He was wearing an ancient battle robe, and his entire body was emitting a monstrous aura of death. He was like a divine spear that stood there, and people could only look up to him. Emo Tianchi did not attack. His figure flashed and he retreated into the distance, his cold eyes flickering. Looks like your corpse controlling technique has become much stronger. You can even move this kind of ancient burial object. I have to say, I really underestimated you. Don't you think it's a little late for you to realize this now? The child sneered. Attacking me in this place is your biggest mistake. However, when he heard this, Emo Tianchi looked up to the sky and laughed. His eyes were filled with disdain. Tai Mushuan, do you really think that a mere burial item can trap me? And this place is not only beneficial to you, but also to me. In the next moment, he put away the folding fan in his hand and pulled out the jade flute from his waist. Then, he gently placed it beside his mouth. A strange sound echoed in the surroundings. Soon, countless miserable cries could be heard in the distance. Then, 5 or 6 dark figures rushed over. Malicious ghosts. When everyone saw this scene, their scalps went numb and their eyes widened. Could Emo Tianchi control malicious ghosts? In the next moment, they realized that it was true. The 5 or 6 malicious ghosts returned to Emo Tianchi's side. They were very respectful like servants. Emo Tianchi waved his sleeve, and immediately, the malicious ghosts rushed forward as if they had gone mad. Not only that, but more malicious ghosts were rushing over. The Ghost King also became abnormally irritable. A great battle broke out. Both of them were extremely powerful. Although they were suppressed and sealed, the means they displayed were too terrifying. Not only that, but both of them were extremely powerful. One of them could control the corpse of an ancient king, and the other could control the malicious ghosts here. The two's techniques were simply too terrifying, causing the surrounding kings to continuously retreat in fear. Clang. When a powerful wave of energy spread to the surroundings, all the kings retreated. Let's go! Lin Xian also retreated decisively. Lin Xian was also shocked. Could the huge sword's change be related to him? Or was it related to the great dragon sword soul in his body? He did not know, but he knew that it must be related. Therefore, in the next moment he walked forward again. Buzz. The huge sword shone brightly. Then, the Tao runes seemed to come alive and emitted an even more peculiar light. Some of them even formed strange Tao runes, as if to express something to the crowd. This is... Many kings were shocked. They realized that it was very likely a powerful martial technique. Therefore, in the next moment, they all focused on observing. However, although these Tao runes were strange, they were very obscure. These people looked at them for a long time, but they did not understand what they meant. Gu Santong looked at the Tao runes in front of him, his eyes flashing. Previously, when he was outside, he had spent a long time comprehending the huge sword near Gu Hai. Now that he saw the huge sword again, he did not feel unfamiliar with it. Therefore, he walked to a suitable place and silently comprehended it. Lin Xian's eyes also flashed as he engraved the Tao runes in his mind. Although he could not fully comprehend them now, he believed that as long as he continued to comprehend them, he would definitely be able to comprehend something. The huge sword flashed. Not only was Lin Xian and the others shocked, but even Emo Tianchi, the Alcade Sage Son, and the others who were fighting in the distance were startled. However, Emo Tianchi and the 8 or 9-year-old child were engaged in an intense battle and did not rush over. However, the Alcade Sage Son and Yi Wudao stopped and did not continue fighting. Instead, they quickly rushed over. The arrival of the Alcade Sage Son and Yi Wudao attracted everyone's attention. Many people woke up from their comprehensions and looked behind them. They wanted to know who had won this battle. However, judging from their expressions, they are both calm. It seems to be a draw. There is no clear victor. Perhaps the battle was too short. It is impossible to determine the victor in a short period of time when experts of this level fight. Discussions broke out one after another. But no matter what the outcome was, both of them were top-notch existences. Yi Wudao and the Alcade Sage Son clearly did not notice the discussions. Their gazes were focused on the huge sword in front of them. As they looked ahead, their eyes flashed with resplendent light. Yi Wudao was like a god of war as he strode forward. Soon, he chose a place and silently comprehended. On the other side, the Alcade Sage Sun also snorted coldly and walked forward. Everywhere he passed, the kings around him quickly dodged. But soon, he frowned because he realized that there was a figure who dared to block his path. When the surrounding cultivators saw this, they immediately started whispering. Someone actually dares to block the Alcade Sage Sun? He is really courting death. Yeah. Isn't that person too bold? What do you know? That brat is a demon king. This is going to be interesting. Chapter 1806. Many people recognized Lin Xian. Naturally, they also knew that Lin Xian's strength was extremely terrifying. The Alcade Saint was even more terrifying. If the two of them fought, it would definitely be a fierce battle. To be honest, Lin Xian did not pay attention to the Alcade Saint at all. All his energy was now focused on the giant sword in front of him. The Alcade Saint stopped in his tracks with a gloomy face. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. Someone actually dared not to make way for him. He was courting death. With a cold snort, the Alcade Saint raised his hand and shot out a dazzling light that quickly rushed forward. Feeling the fierce attack, Lin Xian woke up from his enlightenment. Then his face darkened. Get lost! With a roar, Lin Xian threw out a punch. The terrifying fist was shining with a black light. It was like a huge black dragon, rushing forward rapidly. In the next moment, it collided with the fierce attack. Boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard. Then, the fierce attack exploded instantly. Lin Xian turned around and stared coldly at the Alcade Saint. Why did you sneak an attack on me? Give me an explanation. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Hearing this, the surrounding people gasped. Their faces were filled with disbelief. They did not expect Lin Xian to attack the Alcade Saint. The Alcade Saint said coldly, I've taken a liking to this place. Leave quickly. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Lin Xian snorted. You're really arrogant. Do you really think you're invincible? As he spoke, he threw out a punch. A black fist appeared in the void. Like a raging dragon, it blasted forward. Boom! The space trembled. The black fist exuded an extremely violent aura. It was like a vast sea that swept through the entire space. Boom! Some of the surrounding kings could not withstand this aura and knelt on the ground. Their bodies trembled and their eyes were filled with horror. It was too terrifying. They could not withstand this power at all. The Alcade Saint also frowned. He realized that the strength of his opponent was beyond his expectations. However, in the next moment, he also acted decisively. He stretched out his palm, bringing with it a holy radiance that filled the sky. It was as though the palm of a demon god was pressing down rapidly. The palm was condensed from spiritual power, and it carried a terrifying power that could easily kill a 6-star king. In the next moment, the two collided. Boom! Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out as boundless light surrounded the area, forming a gigantic pillar of light that shot straight into the clouds. Fortunately, the White Bone City was abnormally tough, and there were mysterious Dao runes floating around the square, preventing it from being affected. Otherwise, just a single strike from the two of them would be enough to completely destroy this place. After the attack, Lin Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his whole body emitting the aura of spiritual power. Facing the Alcade Saint, he was extremely strong. The surrounding people widened their eyes in disbelief. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to contend with the Alcade Saint. This was simply inconceivable. The Alcade Saint also frowned. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to block his attack. This was indeed beyond his expectations. One should know that he was a saint, and his strength was extremely terrifying. Not many people in the younger generation could contend with him. Lin Xian was neither a genius of the clan of the ancients nor a saint of the peerless sanctuary. How could he block his attack? Before this, he had never seen such a thing. Boy, I have to say that you have indeed exceeded my expectations. You are worthy of my attack. However, it is obviously unwise for you to do so. You will end up miserable if you fight with me. Cut the crap. I want to see what right do you have to ask me to get lost today? Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the aura on his body suddenly erupted. He was too angry. Originally, he was comprehending here and didn't pay attention to Lin Xian at all. However, Lin Xian didn't even ask about the truth and directly attacked him, which was intolerable. Therefore, he must teach Lin Xian a lesson today. So what if Lin Xian was the Alcade Saint? If he dared to provoke him, he would still beat him up. Seeing Lin Xian's domineering attitude, the Alcade Saint's face darkened. Even Yi Wudao didn't dare to treat him like this. But now, an unknown boy dared to look down on him, which made him want to kill him. In the next moment, the holy light on his body shone even brighter. He was like a holy light emissary, emitting endless light. Holy light palm. With a wave of his palm, the entire sky was illuminated. It was like a resplendent sun that pressed forward. In the face of the Alcade Saint's powerful attack, Lin Xian was not afraid. He threw out a punch, and the black fist drew a strange arc in the air. The sky was filled with black light. It was extremely terrifying and collided with the holy palm. The light shone, and a sonorous sound spread in all directions. The surrounding kings trembled and were almost killed by this energy. At the same time, a huge light spread out in all directions where the two of them collided. Everyone was shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air because they discovered that Lin Xian was really able to contend against the Alcade Saint's son. Not only that, the two of them directly fought. On the square, the two figures were like lightning, constantly exchanging blows. Every time they collided, the void would explode, and a terrifying black hole would appear. The two of them were so powerful that the crowd could only catch some blurry shadows. Only Gu Santong, Yi Wudao, and the older generation figures, as well as the mighty figures who had been suppressed, could clearly watch the entire battle. However, these people's faces were also extremely solemn because the two of them were like gods of war, blooming with light. The powerful force suppressed all directions, making them feel uncomfortable. They were frightened. Lin Xian was fighting the Alcade Saint. He was extremely powerful and was not at a disadvantage at all. He was like a raging dragon. The destructive black dragon scroll opened and closed, constantly bombarding. Heavens, who is that boy? Is he also a saint of a large sect? It's very possible. Maybe he's hiding his identity. Otherwise, no one else can compete with the Alcade Saint. Everyone was shocked because they realized that Lin Xian's strength was too terrifying. Boom! Terrifying light surged out, and Lin Xian's fist was like a black mountain, directly sweeping forward. The shocking black aura quickly intertwined and rushed towards the Alcade Saint. Boom! 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 Every black light was extremely huge, like a mountain. It was as if a true dragon had appeared in the world. The void was like a painting that was ruthlessly torn apart in an instant, and terrifying energy filled every inch of space. The Alcade Saint used the Saint Light technique to resist with all his might. However, his expression was extremely solemn and could even be said to be shocked. Chapter 1807. However, his expression was solemn and even shocked. He had never thought that the other party would be able to contend with him for such a long time. One had to know that only saints and other prodigies could compete with him. However, the other party was not famous at all. He had never even heard of him. This meant that the other party was definitely not a disciple of a sacred land. However, the other party had a heaven-defying combat strength and was able to fight evenly with him. It was truly shocking. At the same time, it also made him extremely angry. The next moment, he clasped his hands together, and the light on his body rose again. A powerful and terrifying force surged out like a tsunami. Boom! The entire world trembled violently in an instant as a terrifying force slammed in all directions. The surrounding kings frantically retreated, their eyes filled with fear. Lin Xian also moved away and distanced himself. What? The Alcade Saint's aura has become stronger again? How terrifying! Could it be that the Alcade Saint didn't use his full strength before? That must be it. No wonder that kid could hold on for so long. It seems that the Alcade Saint went easy on him previously. I'm afraid that kid is definitely not having a good time now. He might even be defeated immediately. Discussions broke out one after another. Obviously, they were shocked by the power that the Alcade Saint had displayed. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and stopped attacking. He said in a low voice, "You really did hide your strength. Since you know, why don't you obediently surrender? Kneel by the side. Otherwise, when I attack, you'll really die." The Alcade Saint's voice was very cold. Lin Xian laughed. "Do you think that you're the only one who hid your strength?" As he spoke, he clenched his fist and pulled out the 9 darkness demonic sword from the void. The originally violent black aura on his body instantly transformed into terrifying sword chi that shot into the sky. Those sword lights were so sharp that they seemed to be able to break through the heavens and slash through the 9 darkness. Some of the kings even began to tremble uncontrollably. What a terrifying sword chi! That kid actually hid his strength too. Heavens, how is that possible? How can he be so powerful? Kill. In the square, Lin Xian coldly snorted. He quickly waved the 9 Hell Devil sword, and streaks of sword light fell like the Milky Way. The radiance was boundless and endless. Tens of thousands of sword chi rushed into the clouds, shocking everyone. Clang, clang. The Alcade Saint also snorted coldly and used the Saint Light technique to fight back. Above his left hand, boundless radiance condensed, forming a huge light shield. On top of it, there was an image of the sun, which was extremely dazzling. Holy Light Shield. The Alcade Saint held a huge light shield in his hand, resisting the sword chi that filled the sky. Clang, clang, clang. A terrifying vibration sounded, tearing the void apart. The divine light shield in the hands of the Alcade Holy Sun dimmed instantly. However, the Alcade Saint let out a furious roar as countless saint lights gushed out from his body. It quickly replenished the divine light shield. This caused the divine light shield to shine once more. Not only that, but all kinds of strange runes shone on the holy light shield this time, blocking the sword chi. On the other side, Lin Xian held the demon sword in his hand. He was like a god of death, and the more he fought, the braver he became. The 9 underworld demonic sword was pitch black, and the black sword chi was like a crescent wave that slashed forward. Bang! This sword was more terrifying than all the previous sword chi, so even with the Alcade Holy Light Shield, the Alcade Saint was forced to retreat. What? The Alcade Saint was forced to retreat. Everyone opened their mouths wide in disbelief. Although the Alcade Saint was not injured, it was still unbelievable that he was forced to retreat. That was the Alcade Saint. He was definitely a terrifying member of the younger generation. The Alcade Saint was also shocked. He found that his opponent was too powerful. He was not weaker than Yi Wudao. Humph! The next moment, he let out an angry roar, and his entire person became furious. 2 bright rays of light shot out from his eyes like torches, piercing through the void. His entire body was covered with a bright halo that was like a flame, making him look extremely majestic. Not only that, he held the divine light shield in his left hand, and a bright spear appeared in his right hand. The long spear vibrated, and the sky was full of multicolored light, and a terrifying power swept in all directions. Boom! The Alcade Saint finally began to fight back. He stabbed out with his spear, and the bright spear in his hand instantly exploded. The terrifying power was like a torch, enveloping Lin Xian. Lin Xian also let out a cold roar, and a shocking sword light burst out from his eyes. He held the demonic sword in his hand and swung it wildly. The two constantly collided, bursting out lightning-like rays of multicolored light that surrounded the surroundings. Soon, 100 moves had passed, and the two of them were unable to determine a winner. They were evenly matched. All the spectators were shocked. They now found that Lin Xian was really too powerful. He was able to be evenly matched with the Alcade Saint. The Alcade Saint was also shocked, and then his face became extremely ugly. However, the next moment he did not attack again. Instead, he waved out a shocking spear light, and then his whole body retreated rapidly. Lin Xian shattered the spear light, but he did not attack. He stared coldly at his opponent. It seemed that the two of them would not be able to determine the result of this battle for a while. Unless they used all their trump cards, but in that case, they were afraid that others would benefit. Therefore, the two of them would not attack again. The Alcade Saint snorted coldly and ignored Lin Xian. He also did not fight for Lin Xian's position. Instead, he walked in another direction and silently comprehended the giant sword in front of him. Lin Xian put away the demonic sword and also began to comprehend it. The surrounding people were shocked. The battle had happened so suddenly and ended so quickly that no one could react. Outside, the battle between the peerless Monster King and the giant Bone City was still going on. The terrifying sound waves were like waves, constantly bombarding. Lin Xian looked at the giant sword in front of him and fell into a strange state. Suddenly, he found that the giant sword in front of him was emitting a bright light. Then the scene in front of him changed. He found that in the square, in addition to the giant sword in front of him, there were 4 more illusory sword shadows. Each of them was indomitable and incomparably huge, emitting a monstrous aura. They suppressed the entire square as if they were sealing something. What's going on? Lin Xian was shocked. He did not expect that there would be 4 illusory sword shadows around him. He turned his head to look around and found that the others were still silently comprehending, as if they did not notice the 4 illusory sword shadows around them. What's going on? Am I the only one who can see it? Now, he found that the scene he saw was different from what others saw, which made him very puzzled. But in the next moment he understood. The giant sword in front of him had changed. The shape on it was rapidly changing, forming the appearance of a giant dragon. The dragon head and the sword body were incomparably ferocious. A terrifying murderous aura permeated the 9 heavens and 10 lands. What? That's the great dragon sword. Lin Xian looked at the giant sword in front of him in shock. The appearance of the giant sword was too familiar. His great dragon sword soul could condense that appearance. Could it be that the giant sword in front of me is the great dragon sword? Lin Xian was too shocked. He only had the great dragon sword soul, and the great dragon sword had disappeared in the ancient times. He did not know where it was. But he did not expect to see the great dragon sword body now. If he could obtain the great dragon sword body and merge it with the great dragon sword soul, then his combat strength would be incomparably heaven-defying. However, was the other party the real great dragon sword? He did not know. Moreover, even if it was real, he did not have the ability to subdue the giant sword in front of him. The other party emitted an incomparably terrifying aura, as if it was a real giant dragon. Anyone in front of it would feel insignificant. Lin Xian looked at this scene and was shocked. However, he soon thought of something. If the giant sword in front of him was the great dragon sword, then would the other 4 sword shadows be the other 4 divine swords? Of the 5 swords in the world, other than the great dragon sword, there were 4 other divine swords. So in the next moment, Lin Xian looked at the second sword shadow. It was different from the great dragon sword. The great dragon sword was lifelike, and every sword pattern on it could be seen clearly. However, the giant sword next to it was incomparably black, like a black hole, making it impossible to see the real situation. Not only that, the space around it was distorted, as if even the light was swallowed. Devouring sword. Lin Xian was shocked. He had seen this kind of divine sword in the hands of Wine Lord. It should be the legendary devouring sword. Lin Xian was too surprised. He found that this was indeed the 5 swords in the world. He just did not expect that these sword shadows would appear in the White Bone City. What was the connection between them? Soon he found something different. This was because he found that below the devouring sword, there was a pattern that connected to the square. It was an incomparably cold place, as if it was the 9 nether hell. The devouring sword was like a black mountain, directly inserted into the demonic earth. In the pattern, there were thousands of demons struggling crazily, but all of them fell to the ground. Could it be that the devouring sword suppressed the 9 nether demonic earth? Lin Xian was shocked because he could only see this situation from the pattern. Thinking of the great dragon sword and the White Bone City in front of him, Lin Xian had a bold guess in his heart. Could it be that each of the 5 swords in the world suppressed a forbidden area? But where are those places exactly? Why do they need to be suppressed? Moreover, it is a peerless divine object like the 5 swords in the world. He really could not understand. The third sword shadow was a picture of the 100 forms of life, as if it recorded everything in the world. It also suppressed a forbidden area. It was a continuous mining area, as if there were endless divine treasures buried in it. The fourth sword shadow was even more strange. Around it, there were apes and monkeys, as well as people who looked like ancient war gods. There were even some figures wearing ancient armor and holding totems in their hands. Not only that, there were also some clothes that Lin Xian was familiar with. It was obvious that they were modern. There were even some strange people that he had never seen before. The fifth sword shadow was a variety of natural scenes. Mountain torrents erupted, heavenly thunder fell. In short, there were some strange phenomena of heaven and earth. The 5 sword shadows were incomparably terrifying. The scenes they brought were all different, but without exception, they suppressed a peerless place. This scene caused Lin Xian to be extremely shocked. He knew that these 5 sword shadows represented the 5 swords in the world, although he could not completely recognize them. However, he had a certain understanding of them. The first sword shadow was the Great Dragon Sword. The second sword shadow was the Devourer Sword. The third sword shadow showed the 100 forms of life, which should be the Reincarnation Sword. The one with the ancient, modern, and future should be the legendary Spacetime Sword. Only it could connect the past, present, and future together. The last divine sword that caused the strange phenomena of heaven and earth should be the Heavenly Punishment Sword. Legend had it that the divine sword was related to the way of heaven. Each of the 5 divine swords had incredible power and could be said to be incomparably mysterious. If these 5 sword shadows appeared in the eastern wilderness, it would definitely make everyone go crazy. Even the peerless sacred grounds and clans of the ancients would go crazy. However, these 5 sword shadows had all appeared, and only Lin Xian could see them. Boom, boom, boom. After an earth-shattering sound, the sword shadows in front of him disappeared. His surroundings changed once again. All of the illusions were quickly disappearing. The great dragon sword soul in Lin Xian's body started to rotate rapidly, and it even roared. At this moment, Lin Xian felt that the great dragon sword soul in his body had formed a connection with the great dragon sword in front of him. A mysterious force gathered in the air, and the space-time sword shadow that had disappeared reappeared, shining brightly. Buzz! A ray of light rushed out, and with the space-time sword shadow as the center, it spread out in all directions, and then covered the entire Bone City. In the next moment, Lin Xian and the others felt that time and space had changed, as if they had fallen into a space-time vortex. Buzz! Buzz! After a long time, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He found that it was quiet around him. He was in a forest and there were stars in the sky. It was abnormally quiet. It's not the Bone City? Lin Xian was shocked. He looked around and found that there were no longer any terrifying sceneries around him, nor were there any deafening explosions. Apparently they had come out. Not only him, but there were also countless figures around him. They were all the kings who had entered the Bone City. At this moment, they were all wild with joy as they looked at their surroundings. We're out, we're finally out. God bless us, we're finally out. Exclamations of surprise could be heard. Obviously, everyone was very excited. After all, the Bone City was an extremely terrifying place. They were extremely lucky to be able to come out. Beside them, the dark red divine dragon also heaved a sigh of relief. Damn it, I was scared to death. I thought we would be trapped in the Bone City and never be able to come out. To be honest, he was really scared. Because he had been sealed for thousands of years, if he was trapped in the Bone City again, he might as well kill himself. However, soon, the dark red divine dragon became suspicious. Kid, something's not right. Look at this place. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. This is not the tilted moon world. We can absorb the spiritual qi around us. The dark red divine dragon waved his dragon claws, and he found that he could control the spiritual chi around him with his spiritual fire. This was something that could not be done in the tilted moon world. It's true. Lin Xian was also surprised. He found that the aura here was completely different from the tilted moon world. Chapter 1808. Heavens, I can actually absorb spiritual energy. My suppressed cultivation has also recovered. Could it be that we've left the tilted moon mystic world? Everyone exclaimed as they realized that their surroundings were indeed different from the tilted moon mystic world. They were out. At this moment, many people looked up to the sky and cheered excitedly. They originally thought that they would be trapped in the tilted moon mystic world for the rest of their lives. Who knew that they would finally be able to leave? However, at this moment, a ray of light shot up into the sky. The Alcade Sage turned into a ray of light and instantly rushed into the sky. Not only him, but Yi Wudao and the Yi family also quickly left. Then, Gu Santong and a few other sky prides also quickly left. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon also did not hesitate. He grabbed Lu Mingyue and put her back into the black earth. Then, the two opened the profound jade platform and directly teleported. Boom! In the next moment, the powerful figures mercilessly attacked and quickly chased after Lin Xian, the Alcade Sage, and the others. However, they came up empty-handed. Lin Xian and the other young sky prides were very decisive and quickly escaped. He had narrowly escaped the attack. However, the powerful figures did not give up and quickly chased after them. Terrifying auras spread for thousands of miles, but soon, the faces of these powerful figures turned green. This was because they realized that although they had left the tilted moon mystic world, they were near the entrance of the mystic world. There were a large number of peerless sages and elders of peerless sects there. Therefore, at this moment, their movements attracted the attention of those people. Soon, the Yi family and the Gu family quickly flew into the sky and protected the Alcade Sage, Gu Santong, Yi Wudao, and the others. Not only that, the elders of the remote antiquity families and peerless holy lands roared angrily and killed those powerful figures. In an instant, an earth-shattering battle broke out. On the other side, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon used the profound jade platform to teleport continuously and completely left this area. One day later, the battle ended. The major forces rested and reorganized, and the strange things in the mystic world quickly spread. Those peerless sects, peerless holy lands, and remote antiquity families were shocked when they learned about what had happened in the tilted moon mystic world. This was because they realized that there were not only primitive residents there, but also the mysterious White Bone City. It seemed that there was definitely an ancient secret. In an instant, the elders of the peerless holy lands and remote antiquity families. However, they discovered that the entrance had already been closed. Outsiders would not be able to open it unless a saint descended. However, such a person had not appeared for many years. So, it was impossible to force. While the remote antiquity families and peerless sacred grounds were trying to come up with a solution, the other sects were roaring furiously. This was because they realized that they had lost more than half of their disciples. They were all elite geniuses. Losing even one of them was enough to make them feel extremely pained, let alone now that all of them had fallen. Damn brat, don't let me find you. The experts of the 5 elements sect roared crazily. The experts who were heading towards the Holy Land were also filled with killing intent. They found out that their genius disciple, Ouyang Feng, was not killed by anyone. This made them extremely angry. However, the All Beginnings Holy Land was even more furious. They discovered that Lu Mingyue had disappeared. After asking around, they learned that Lu Mingyue had fought with someone in the tilted moon mystic world and was captured. This made them feel dizzy. Some of them couldn't even bear it. One must know that they had nurtured Lu Mingyue as their saintess. Moreover, they had already decided that they would make her the saintess of the All Beginnings Holy Land as soon as she came out. But now, who would have thought that Lu Mingyue would be captured? They had already learned from other cultivators that it was a demon king who had taken action. Lu Mingyue was doomed to fall into the hands of such a person. Everyone take a look. Is it this person? An elder of the Wavering Light Holy Land took out a portrait. The portrait was of Lin Xian. That's right, it's him. Yes, it's this boy. Cries of alarm sounded. This kid is actually that Lin Xian who was previously on the wanted list? What? He also came in? Damn it. It's actually him. I didn't notice him at all. Countless roars sounded. To be honest, they hadn't noticed him at all. Even if they had noticed him, they wouldn't have cared. That was because the tilted moon profound world had been sealed. Whether or not they could come out was another matter. There was no need for them to chase after Lin Xian for the bounty of the Wavering Light Holy Land. But now, things were different. They had already come out. The situation had taken a huge turn. Moreover, when the people of the All Beginnings Holy Land looked at Lin Xian's portrait, they gnashed their teeth in anger. They wished they could skin him alive. Find him. We must capture that boy. The people of the All Beginnings Holy Land were ferocious. The others were also preparing to search for Lin Xian. As for the Wavering Light Holy Land's Saint Sun, he released a shocking piece of news. Not only had Lin Xian appeared in the tilted moon profound world, but Emo Tianqi had also appeared. This news caused everyone to be extremely shocked. Their expressions all turned unsightly. After all, Emo Tianqi was an exceptional expert. If he came out, not many of them would be able to contend against him. Unless they ganged up on him. Moreover, they had learned from the Wavering Light Holy Land's Saint Sun that Emo Tianqi had joined an organization called the Holy Hall. Holy Hall? Everyone frowned. They seemed to be pondering over this name. However, they discovered that they actually knew nothing about it. In the end, the people of the Wavering Light Holy Land decided to leave this place. After all, Emo Tianqi's matter was too important. They had to return and discuss this matter properly. The others also left quickly. Some returned to report this matter, while others prepared to capture Lin Xian. On the other side, Lin Xian finally managed to shake off the pursuit of the almighty experts and arrived at a nearby city. However, he soon discovered that there were people inquiring about him. It wasn't the people of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Instead, it was the people of the Jade Lake Holy Land and the Purple Afterglow Holy Land. Could it be Qiu and Qingqing? Lin Xian's heart shook. He knew that the two of them had officially joined the Jade Lake Holy Land and the Purple Afterglow Holy Land. Now, these two holy lands were inquiring about him. It was very likely that they had received orders from Xinjingqiu and Murong Qingqing. Lin Xian probed around and discovered that there were no almighty experts following him. Therefore, he decided to make contact with the people of these two holy lands. Sure enough, the people he had contacted told him that it was Xinjingqiu and Murong Qingqing who had given them orders. Originally, the two of them had been very anxious when they learned that Lin Xian was being pursued. Therefore, they had hurriedly sent people to search for Lin Xian. However, they had never expected that Lin Xian would actually enter the tilted moon profound world. He had been gone for almost a year. Chapter 1809. He had been gone for nearly a year. Murong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu hadn't been able to obtain any news, so they could only patiently search for her. They hadn't expected that they would finally find her. The people of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground quickly retreated because they informed Lin Xian that Xinjingqiu was currently at a critical juncture of her cultivation and couldn't come out. Therefore, they returned to report the news. The people of the Purple Afterglow Holy Land said that Murong Qingqing was nearby. They quickly brought Lin Xian out of the city and headed to the next city. 2 days later, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing met. Their eyes met, and the two of them sighed with emotion. Soon after, Lin Xian brought Murong Qingqing into the Black Earth vessel and did it with her. 3 days later, the two of them came out. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing were strolling on the grassland. Murong Qingqing listened to Lin Xian's story of what he had experienced in the past year, and her face was filled with lingering fear. Fortunately, Lin Xian had come out. Otherwise, with the strangeness of the White Bone City and the Oblique Moon Mystic World, he might have been trapped inside for the rest of his life. You always make people worry. Murong Qingqing grumbled. Her eyes were filled with worry. Lin Xian laughed heartily. If other people knew that the purple afterglow Holy Land Saintess was worried about me, I wonder if those young geniuses would be heartbroken? That's right, Murong Qingqing had already become the purple afterglow Holy Land Saintess. Moreover, Lin Xian also knew that after Shinjingqiu came out, she would very likely become the Jade Lake Sacred Ground Saintess. They were all his women. Lin Xian was happy for them. At this time, Murong Qingqing asked, "That's right, what do you plan to do with that Lu Mingyue?" "Well, I have to think about it carefully." Lin Xian's eyes flashed. The other party's status was also very special. If he could make good use of them, he might be able to obtain the All Beginnings Holy Land support. Even though Lin Xian's strength was formidable right now, the forces behind him were simply too weak. He didn't have any sect or family to rely on. He could only rely on himself. If that was the case, it would be extremely dangerous for him to travel around the eastern wilderness. Therefore, he had to think of a way to rope in some forces. Now it seemed that with Murong Qingqing and Shinjingqiu, at least the Jade Lake Sacred Land and the Zixia Sacred Land would not be his enemy. It was even possible that they would lend a helping hand at certain times. Murong Qingqing said, "It's up to you how you want to use her. Even if you want to keep her, I won't object." When Lin Xian heard this, he was a little surprised. Then he muttered in his heart, "Is this a test?" In the next moment, he chuckled mischievously and said, "How can that be? I already have you and Qiu. Why would I look for someone else?" Murong Qingqing also glared at Lin Xian with a faint smile. "Is that so? Who is Zhao Shui? Will you keep her?" Lin Xian was speechless. Murong Qingqing twirled her hair and said, "Don't worry. I won't be so petty. However, you have to remember one thing. You can't forget me, and you can't let me down." Of course. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with warmth as he pulled her into his embrace. The two of them stayed together for a month. After that, Murong Qingqing returned to the Zixia Sacred Land. Lin Xian prepared to enter seclusion and cultivate. He had obtained many benefits in the Tilted Moon mystic world. His cultivation had increased greatly, and he had also comprehended some mysterious Tao patterns. He needed to properly digest all of this. Therefore, he came to a mountain range and directly opened a cave. He laid down a sky full of array formations and then entered the black earth. This seclusion lasted for half a year. Chapter 1810. You can't kill me. If you kill me, the All Beginnings Holy Land will absolutely not let you off. Lin Xian shook his head. This reason won't do. Even if I don't kill you, the All Beginnings Holy Land will still find trouble with me. At this point, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and continued, "I can point you in the right direction. Why don't you become my maid and serve me? Perhaps I can spare your life if you do so." Lu Mingyue became even more nervous. Her palms even started to sweat. She knew what it meant to be a maid. It was different from serving tea and water. If she became a maid, not only would she have to serve tea and water, but she might even become a cultivation furnace for the other party. If that happened, she would be consigned to eternal damnation. Thus, she clenched her teeth and said, "Don't even think about it. My husband must be an indomitable spirit that stands above all. Right now, you don't have the qualifications." Lu Mingyue said that her current situation was very dangerous. However, she also had her own pride. Among the younger generation, she was an incomparably dazzling existence. In her heart, her idols were those indomitable young heavenly prides who had the qualifications to become great emperors. In her opinion, although Lin Xian was powerful, he still didn't have the qualifications to do so. "Ha, your ambitions aren't small." Lin Xian smiled, not caring at all. "However, I am very curious. What conditions can you offer me to let you off?" Lu Mingyue's eyes flickered as if she was making a final struggle. But at this time, the void suddenly shook and an extremely powerful explosion came from outside. Although the black earth wasn't damaged, Lin Xian could clearly sense the situation outside. "Have we been discovered?" Lin Xian frowned. This shouldn't be the case. He had arranged many array formations outside. Even an almighty being shouldn't have been able to discover him. But now, someone was actually bombarding the cave. This left him flabbergasted. Could it be that someone was fighting and accidentally affected this place? Lin Xian guessed. Soon, however, 2 more attacks landed on the black earth, causing the ship to shake violently. Someone really did discover us. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian's face darkened. He realized that the other party's target was clearly the black earth. In the next moment, he snorted coldly. His figure flashed, and he appeared in the outside world. Then he saw that the entire mountain range had been blasted open, revealing more than half of the cracks. There were dozens of figures in front of him, completely surrounding this place. There was indeed someone. Lin Xian frowned. He walked out and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Why did you destroy my cave? You're disturbing my cultivation? You're that Lin Xian?" At this moment, a young man walked out from the front with a scroll in his hand. After comparing the two, he asked coldly, "That's right, it's me." Lin Xian replied in a deep voice, "If it's you, then it's easy." The young man sneered. Then he waved his hand. "Shout out to the surrounding people. Take him down." "Yes." When the kings heard this order, they all drew their swords and sabers. Terrifying auras surged from their bodies as they locked onto Lin Xian. "Or you actually dared to attack me?" Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect that the other party would come looking for trouble with him. Moreover, from the looks of it, they didn't seem to be people from the wavering light Holy Land. "You dared to kill a disciple of my All Beginnings Holy Land? You're truly audacious. Today, I'll capture you and bring you back to the sect." The young man coldly snorted, his expression ice cold. "All Beginnings Holy Land?" Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He was just talking about the All Beginnings Holy Land a moment ago. He didn't expect that the other party would come knocking on his door.